transgender suicide statistics. I know that many of the studies indicate the suicide rate and suicide ideation rate is much higher among transgender individuals and even higher than that among transgender youth. Do those kinds of numbers matter?
Well, I think that you are going to hear a great deal about that. We've seen Biden administration briefs that have emphasized those studies, and they are real. The suicide rate among transgender teens is alarming and horrific. And so they will likely bring that up. But then the opposition, these states, and I expect you're going to have various states come in as amicus, are going to point to the European studies saying that there is evidence that this is harmful emotionally and physically, that these procedures often come too early in the view of many European experts, and that there's a good basis for the states to make this decision. The thing to keep in mind is that the court tends not to try to referee the merits of scientific or political debates. They are confining themselves to what is constitutionally permissible. And so what is being asked of the court here by the Department of Justice is something that is likely not to play well with the more conservative justices, that you need to intervene and prevent the states from making this decision, even though there's doctors on both sides on the merits and obviously states on both sides.
You've referenced the several countries in Europe that have restricted care to minors. They're not as free as they used to be, and as we still are in many cases with providing puberty blockers and surgeries to minors. But in many cases, they don't ban it outright. I think in Sweden, for example, they say they reserve hormones to minors for exceptional cases. I imagine there's a middle ground. Do the justices guide us there? Or to your point just now, that's not really their role. Their role is to sort of find what the law would say here.
No, I appreciate your bringing in that clarification, because you're absolutely right. If you look at Europe, they are also trying to work their way through this thicket. They tend to be imposing restrictions with exceptions. But the research that is based on is alarming. I mean, the research is suggesting that this can be harmful to these children, and that waiting may be the best option for them, including waiting with psychiatric support to deal with suicide ideations and other issues. I think all of that's going to come into play in the briefing. The question is how the court is going to deal with that threshold issue. That I think the court has to accept that there is a division among the medical and scientific community, and that there is a division among governments on the international level as to the necessity of limiting this type of access. Usually when faced with something like that, the court will decline to intervene. And if it does take a case, it tends to favor the right of the states to try to work through this.
Finally, I have to ask you about your new book. It's called The Indispensable Right, Free Speech in an Age of Rage. And hearing about that title, I had to wonder if you had mentioned or talked about in your book the 303 creative case in Colorado. That was a case in which a wedding website designer who wanted to explain on her site that she wouldn't design a site for gay couples due to her religious beliefs. She sued the state over its anti-discrimination law that she says would have kept her from writing such a statement on her site. And she won at the Supreme Court. You had told us months ago that this was an extraordinarily important case for free speech.
Indeed, I do talk about 303 Creative. I actually go through and talk about all of the major free speech cases, but also the historical periods of this. The book is entitled The Indispensable Right, Free Speech in an Age of Rage. And what the subtitle is meant to capture is that this is not our first age of rage. We have gone through these periods of fear or anger, and usually free speech is the first to be lost. And I think that what the book looks at is how we still struggle with the meaning of free speech, as is shown in cases like 303 Creative, which was a victory for free speech. But yet, even in that decision, you see this uncertainty among the justices. And I believe that comes from a mistake that we made early in the Republic. The most revolutionary aspect of the American Revolution was how the framers dealt with free speech. They articulated it as a natural right, that free speech was something essential to being human. It is bestowed by the government. You have a right to it as a human being. And what happened is that moment of clarity, that revolutionary concept, was lost within a few years as courts went back to this Blackstonian view of free speech. And ever since then, we've been on this slippery slope of trade-offs and trying to figure out where we are on free speech. And so the book sort of looks historically at this struggle, which has been unending until into this very day. But it also talks about this being probably the most dangerous anti-free speech period in our country, because we've never had this alliance of government, corporate, academic, and media interests that have come together to treat free speech as harmful, to support censorship. And the book tries to grapple with that as well, and how we find our way out of this.
Wow. Professor Jonathan Turley, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Dumb Time. Dumb to your Donna. Weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Dawn Stensland here, along with Mike Chapman, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. And I know you take a lot of pride in your work, Mike, and we're always talking about the Chapman difference. One difference, you offer a great warranty.
We do. We offer a 10-year warranty on our labor and our installations, and that's regardless of subcontractor or in-house crews. We stand behind everything regardless of who puts it in. We will always be there. And even if it's a manufacturer warranty issue, you still only contact Chapman. We will be your advocate.
Now's the time to start that project you've been putting off. There's no better way to start than by reaching out to Mike and the Chapman team. Experience for yourself the Chapman difference. It's time to upgrade the look of your home, your windows, doors, siding, shutters. Give Chapman a call or text 610-431-8898. Online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, June 25th. This is the Fox News Rundown. We're just days away from the CNN presidential debate between President Biden and Donald Trump. Today marks the 5th full day that President Biden has been secluded at Camp David as he continues to prepare for Thursday's debate.
Biden's team knows that the 81-year-old has to perform well for 90 minutes straight, and so he will continue to prep and stay there and probably not be seen until he heads down to Atlanta.
Fox's Aisha Hasni. Meanwhile, former President Trump says he knows who he will choose as his running mate, someone he says will most likely attend Thursday's debate. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange striking a plea deal with the Justice Department over the publication of classified documents. Fox's Gernal Scott with more.
The filing in the U.S. District Court for the Northern Mariana Islands is for conspiracy to obtain and disseminate classified U.S. defense documents. Assange will enter his plea and be sentenced in the American territory. The deal would get Assange out of jail in England and permit a return to his native Australia. Assange, hailed by some and criticized by others for his role in sharing U.S. secrets via his sharing site WikiLeaks, opted to face a judge in the U.S. territory because of its proximity to his homeland and his refusal to be tried in the continental U.S. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
It's primary day in 3 states with a runoff in a 4th.
Utah Republicans will decide if they want to replace outgoing Senator Mitt Romney with someone backed by former President Trump, like Trent Staggs, others who consider themselves aligned with Trump, or Congressman John Curtis, who's considered more moderate. The state's governor, Spencer Cox, is being primaried today without his party's endorsement. That's gone to Phil Lyman, a supporter of former President Trump. To the east in Colorado, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert's running in retired Congressman Ken Buck's safer 4th district, leaving her 3rd district behind. She's facing several challengers there. And in South Carolina, a runoff in the state's 3rd district goes down between the pastor backed by former President Trump, Mark Burns, and the nurse backed by Governor McMaster, Sherry Biggs. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And the Biden administration with a big setback Monday with its student loan bailout program. 2 federal judges siding with several Republican-led states Monday, partially blocking the Biden administration from moving ahead with key parts of the student debt bailout initiative that was set to take effect July 1st. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Our next Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Politics and Pints. I'll be hosting #1 international best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr. That's right, June 25th. Tuesday night, June 25th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center, Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Tickets are on sale now, and they will sell out. Go to 1210WPHT.com and get your tickets. And I want to see you there. And if not, remember, I got a guy, and he's a Navy SEAL. See you then.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Well, it's Gerhard's Freedom to Save sales event, and we've got deals more star-spangled than Apollo Creed shorty shorts.
We're giving you the chance to save $1,000 instantly on this LG counter depth French door refrigerator.
Would you look at the Liberty bells and whistles on that thing?
It's only $9.99.
Independence Hall of Fame is where that one belongs. Come on down to Gerhard's and let the Freedom Sale ring.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans. And without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow up 261, now on a 5-session winning streak, its longest since May 10th. The Nasdaq lost 193, its worst day since April, and the S&P 500 down 17. Shares of AI leader NVIDIA slid for a third straight session, falling nearly 7%. The stock entering correction territory. That's a sell-off defined as a drop of at least 10% from a share price's high point. NVIDIA has lost about $430 billion in market value since it briefly became the most valuable company in the U.S. last week. Chipotle is set for a 50-to-1 stock split after the markets close today, which will lower the cost of each individual share and make the stock more accessible to Chipotle employees and a wider range of investors. Today, we'll get reports on the Schiller 20 Major City Home Price Index. We'll also get earnings reports today from Carnival Cruise Lines and FedEx. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Is tipping at a tipping point? We're asked to add a gratuity at more and more places, which may be why 35% of people surveyed by Bankrate believe tipping is out of control. 6 in 10 have a negative view of it. But in some businesses, especially restaurants, tipping is the main source of income for servers and other workers. And former President Trump wants to give them a tax break.
No tax on tips.
That was in Philadelphia Saturday when the former president wrote that on a receipt at Tony and Nick's, a cheesesteak sandwich shop, giving a $500 tip. He first proposed exempting tips from federal income taxes at a rally in Nevada earlier this month, prompting some Republicans in the Senate to propose legislation.
I think the former president is very smart to be thinking about how to improve the nation's second largest employer.
Sean Kennedy is Executive Vice President of Public Affairs for the National Restaurant Association.
Virtually everyone has either worked in a restaurant, gotten their first job, or is a super user of the product. We have 2.2 million tipped workers right now in this country. They're all looking with this plan with a lot of interest.
How does it work currently for them on tip income?
Right now, the average tipped employee, and by the way, every tipped employee makes well above the minimum wage in this country, but they have taxes withheld, federal income taxes and state and FICA, Social Security, et cetera. Those are withheld every week when they get there, or whenever they get paid out, daily, weekly, et cetera. Under the plan advanced by Senator Cruz, it was introduced late last week, that income would not see any withholdings for federal income tax.
Okay, but Social Security and Medicare, though, that would still be taken out.
That would still be taken out, which makes sense. You don't want to put further strains on a Social Security system. You also want to make sure that a tipped worker, when they retire, is getting everything that's due to them for the contributions that they made along the way. So we understand that. That is a much smaller fraction of the tax burden. Restaurant employees, tipped workers, would see an immediate increase in their take-home pay should this bill advanced by Senator Cruz be signed into law.
But famously, some tip income has been underreported, right? I mean, under the table, here's some cash.
Right.
Is that still prevalent?
The restaurant industry has been working with the IRS and Congress for decades now on how to improve and ensure that tipped income is treated fairly, that servers and restaurants are reporting that income. And it's been working well overall. There's certainly improvements that we continue to work with the IRS on how we can make sure that everyone that all revenue income that's coming in is appropriately taxed. let's say they made $90,000 with tips, you want to make sure that they still have access to loans, to commercial credit, that when they go in for a bank and say, I want to get my first house, they're going to be able to show, based on IRS records, that they're making enough money in here. You also don't want to have something where if none of that income is at all reported, suddenly you have tipped workers saying that they're eligible for social safety programs, social safety net programs like welfare, because they're saying they're making too little money. So we want to make sure that there is some level of appropriate reporting. But what Senator Cruz's bill does is it strikes that balance to ensure that that income is reported, but simply isn't taxed by Uncle Sam.
When the former president made his proposal earlier in the month, the Culinary Workers Union Local 226 out in Nevada said that workers are smart enough to know the difference between real solutions and wild campaign promises, and they added from a convicted felon. They're certainly not a fan of the former president. Do you think that this is a gimmick, or is it a real proposal?
What's important now is that people are talking about the nation's second largest private sector employer. We are an industry that has 950,000 job openings right now. We're an industry that has a huge economic impact in every community, a huge driver in terms of real estate development, things like that. So when some of our alarm lights are blinking red, we absolutely appreciate that President Trump, who's going to be the Republican nominee for the White House, is talking about restaurant issues. So if someone wants to dismiss this as a campaign stunt, fine, but I'm much more interested in the fact that we have presidential candidates at the highest level talking about an industry that touches virtually every American every day.
I would think that a lot of tip employees welcome this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's again, 950,000 job openings right now. 400,000 are for tipped workers. What we would love to see is something like this give that boost where more restaurants, they can add more shifts, they can open them up in more locations, and you're going to see greater investment if we can bring more workers in here. What we need on the other side, obviously, is also, if we're going to do a 1-2 punch, what do we do about the skyrocketing inflation costs that we've seen on the major goods that restaurants have bought? When we poll our restaurant operators every month and ask, what are your two biggest concerns? For years now, it's been inflation and access to a stable and predictable job market. So we appreciate President Trump offering what we think is a workable solution for that second element.
Restaurants have been hit, of course, as you said, with inflation, but also over the last couple of years, there have been rising rent issues, certainly issues with insurance costs going up, and we just got through COVID, which was a disaster for restaurants. What is the state of the restaurant industry?
Listen, I mean, we don't want to spend too much time talking about COVID, but I'll tell you that no industry lost more jobs and more revenue than restaurants. Overall, we are on an upswing. I mean, there is probably going to be over $1 trillion in restaurant sales by the end of this year, which would break a record. But it's been an uneven recovery. So those full service restaurants, the ones where you're taken care of by a server that you were just talking about, that's not where the investment is right now. They are still having a hard time making ends meet. Again, it's not helped by the fact that foodstuffs on things like chicken and other proteins are still seeing double-digit increases from last year, which was double-digit from the year before. So we are seeing a lot more activity on the quick service side, the so-called fast food chains. Those full-service restaurants still need some support, and we are doing everything we can to try to find common sense solutions to reduce inflation, improve their business viability, and get as much investment and more restaurants in every neighborhood as possible.
But those employees, they're not getting the tip income necessarily. Those are people getting a minimum wage that in California is now $20 an hour for fast food franchises, and that's costing the industry a lot of jobs. How has the rise in the minimum wage affected that sector of your industry?
Well, it's what we said in California is proving true, that if you are going to dramatically increase wages for just one sector, so the rest of California is not seeing these minimum wage increases, it's just these quick service restaurants, we predicted there would be job loss and restaurants closing. You have entire chains that are shutting down, pulling out of California and moving into neighboring states. So far, all that we are seeing is costs are going up in restaurants, investment is down, and a lot of restaurant employers are saying we're not going to make enough money to keep our doors open, or certainly not to hire more people. So far it's been a lose-lose-lose for employers, employees, and California residents.
Some restaurants have eliminated tipping altogether and said that we're just paying our employees a good wage. Has that worked? I know it's not a widespread thing, but has it worked for those restaurants that have done that?
It depends. There are some very celebrated chefs in New York City who said, we are going to get rid of tipping. We're going to pay everyone a flat wage. What did they see? Their workers all left en masse and said, we want to go to a place that has tips. And you had customers that said, I'm not going to pay this much for the prices that are on the menu. We're not against this at all. What we want to make sure is that restaurants have as many compensation models as possible, and they pick the one that works right for them. If a restaurant wants to move into a no tipping posture, they should absolutely do that. And the market and the community are going to decide if that's going to work. But to arbitrarily get rid of a process, of a wage model that has worked for decades in this country, and it doesn't matter if you're an actor, a struggling actor, or a college student, or a single parent, there has been a reason why folks have always been attracted to those tipped jobs, being a server, being a bartender. That flexibility and that opportunity to make a lot of money is an incredible draw. And the tip credit system that we have in this country enables that. For an industry that is one of the least profitable on Main Street, it makes no sense why you would want to disrupt that winning formula.
There is a survey the Bankrate did recently that 60% view tipping negatively. 1 in 3 say it's out of control, and a lot of people are annoyed by these screens when we're paying just to pick up something, coffee or anything else, that you enter your tip and it wants you to put 20%, 15%, and it makes you uncomfortable. You have to enter this tip as somebody stares at you, and all they're doing is ringing in your transaction. Has that been a negative to people who use the tip as an income, service workers like that?
I'm frustrated by the growth of so many industries now are looking at saying, how can we suddenly add tipping into the equation? What you're talking about is, I suspect, is folks that are being paid the minimum wage, but you have a business owner that says, hey, if the touch screen allows for a tip, let's try it out and see what happens.
Right.
And that tipping fatigue is real, and it certainly weighs in, because what I find is that people aren't offended by tipping a server at a meal when they've been sitting, having been taken care of for 45 minutes to an hour. They understand that a gratuity makes sense. So I try to distinguish to say there is tipping on meals and there's tipping, the explosion that you're seeing even in an airport kiosk. I'm not a fan of those kiosks either. I am a fan of keeping the tipping model for that sit-down restaurant meal, that coffee house, etc., where people are taking care of you and they're giving you exactly what you need.
Sean Kennedy, Executive Vice President of Public Affairs for the National Restaurant Association. Great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks again for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Officials outlined what happened when a police officer was shot in the neck and critically injured during a traffic stop this past weekend. An 8-year-old boy is in stable condition after being shot in the leg in East Frankfort. And the Philadelphia team pleads guilty to killing one person and injuring another in 2022.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange striking a plea deal with the U.S. Justice Department, ending a legal saga stemming from the publication of classified documents.
U.S. officials allege that Assange goaded them into obtaining thousands of pages of unfiltered U.S. diplomatic cables that could potentially endanger confidential sources. Assange has agreed to plead guilty to a felony charge, and as part of a deal with the DOJ, he will avoid imprisonment here in the U.S.
Fox's Kevin Corke. The Florida Panthers are the 2024 Stanley Cup champions, taking Game 7 against Edmonton 2-1. Sam Reinhart's second period goal propelling Florida to victory.
Here's Reinhart on the counter. Sam Reinhart scores!
Audio courtesy of ABC. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Panthers won the Stanley Cup and avoided one of the biggest collapses in hockey history. Florida defeated the Oilers 2-1 in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final to win the first Stanley Cup in franchise history. Most fans of the NHL did not expect to be watching hockey this late into the season after the Panthers took a 3-0 series lead, but the Oilers blew out Florida in Game 4, won Game 5 on the road, and took care of business on home ice in Game 6, forcing a Game 7. With the victory, the Panthers avoided becoming just the second team in NHL history to lose in the Stanley Cup Final after taking a 3-0 lead in the series. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Just consider what we've seen recently in the NBA, which I think is a good thing, but it doesn't really look like it. So we have the Celtics winning. Prior to that, the Nuggets. Celtics, Nuggets, going back in order. Warriors, Bucks, Lakers, Raptors, Warriors. You have a different champion every single season. I would perceive that to be a great thing. I would think that having new stars emerge on small market teams, a la the National Football League, where you have the smallest markets routinely winning right now, Kansas City, Buffalo. There are plenty others that come to mind. Milwaukee, of course, Toronto, but that was the year where they're busting through for their title with Nick Nurse as the head coach. No one wanted to watch the Nuggets for whatever reason a year ago. And it's either Warriors, Lakers, or bust. Or it's LeBron, Warriors, or bust. Let's put it that way. That's not a good sign for the NBA.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason Chaffetz.
What's on your mind?
Immigration. It's an issue that continues to come up. Now, immigration in this country, we need to bring in legally lawful people. And I think at this point in our nation's history, we're failing the people that are trying to do it legally and lawfully. You're almost a chump if you try to come in legally. That process takes years. But since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took the reins of our country and became the president and vice president, things on the border have changed. More than 90 executive orders later, fundamentally, what happens and doesn't happen at the border has changed. Millions of people have crossed the border illegally. Under the current law, if you come between a port of entry, you are illegally entering the United States of America. The law says you are to be detained and deported. But that's not what's happening in the Biden-Harris administration. Instead, they're doing essentially catch and release. We're seeing the results with people committing horrific crimes. You've seen millions of people come. They're putting pressure on our schools, the inner cities. They're putting pressure on law enforcement with horrific attacks on people that wouldn't have happened if they weren't here and had come illegally. And now President Biden is offering essentially amnesty, trying to tell people that they would become United States citizens and we can put them on a path. Again, providing more incentives and more reasons for people to come to the country illegally. This is not going to solve the problem. We have to have legal, lawful immigration. But we got to lock down the border, get rid of the rewards and incentives, reject amnesty, and come up with a sensible plan where people can enter the front door of the United States of America rather than doing it illegally. I'm Jason Chaffetz, host of the Jason in the House podcast and a Fox News contributor.
You
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Say cheese. Coca-Cola Photo Day is back on Saturday, July 13th before the Phillies host Oakland at 4:05. Don't miss out on your chance to snap photos of your favorite Phils. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Send the Phillies stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, June 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Mashett, our associate producers. Good to be back with everybody. Did you miss me?
Welcome back.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Welcome back.
I made it.
Woohoo!
I survived. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't destroy any property. No damaged vehicles.
You never dropped anything.
Never dropped anything. Gregory, how are you?
Hey, buddy. Glad you're back, my friend.
I'll tell you what. High school football can prepare you for a lot of things in life.
Here we go.
Including driving a 26-foot box truck.
Are you talking about teamwork? Because you're a Christian.
Yes, teamwork, discipline, adversity.
Did she load up the truck for you and all?
No, we paid 2 schmucks, and they did a great job. They filled up every square inch because my wife's a hoarder. There's like 30% of the stuff I'm like, you're not going to want this in 12 months or 2 years. Let's just give it away to the Salvation Army.
Man after my own heart.
Let's take $1 at a yard sale for it. Just get rid of it. It's trash. My God.
So the family is officially in Pennsylvania.
Woo!
Yes,
Wow.
but then they fly back to Nashville on Friday for 4 days for National Championships of Dance.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
I get a quick reprieve, and then they're here for good.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes,
quick
indeed.
reprieve.
4 days on, 4 days off.
Yeah.
That's the way I kind of like to work. So we got a lot of good stuff to get to. But I will say this, before we get to the big take, before we get to the news and everything that we're going to get to today, one quick story that I will say. No issues with the truck, no issues moving, no issues driving, although I'll tell you what, going down the mountains in the Smoky Mountains at 40 miles an hour, tapping your brakes, a little scary, won't lie. After 2 hours, you get used to it. But I get to the hotel because we had the crash on Friday night as we drove about 4 hours. We're just around Knoxville, Tennessee. We stay at a Super 8 motel in Crossville, Tennessee. If you've ever heard of Crossville, Tennessee,
never
it
did.
sounds exactly like you would expect. It's the middle of nowhere.
Oh, boy.
So we go into the first hotel room, room 101, right?
Did they have the 10 Commandments on the wall?
No.
That's what I wanna know.
So I was waiting for Norman Bates to show up, though. And room 101 has no power, no electricity.
Oh my God.
No air conditioning.
No air conditioning, no lights. So we go out, and they're like, yeah, try room 102. They give us the key for 102. All right, the lights work, the power's on, the air conditioning's on, it's cool in there. Get ready to lay down, go to sleep. Put on the TV.
Oh, no.
Hotel TVs are the worst. Like, you ever flipping through the channels, it's like channel 31.1, channel 31.2. You're like, what is this? There's 3 things I wanted to watch as I fell asleep, because I like to sleep with the TV on. There was a golf event on, there was a poker event on, but there was no sound on either channel. So the only other thing that remotely looked interesting was for the millionth time I would watch My Cousin Vinny. Sound works, commercials are in English, the movie is in Spanish. I hit the mute button, I said, you know what, that's it, I'm just going to go to bed. That was the only gripe of my entire trip.
Where did you? You don't have to name them, but like, was it a?
It was a Super 8. Yeah,
we'll leave the light on for you.
Yeah, we'll leave. I'm Tom Bodattin, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Why are you saying it's Super 8s? Like just.
Well, it was like $92.
Oh Jesus, man!
And we just dropped $3,000 on the truck and gas and the movers we had to pay, and we were just at the point where it was starting to get dark. Kristen calls me. I'm like, yeah, just. Because she's driving in front of me in the Jeep with the 4-ways on, like I have like a police escort basically. I'm like Trump heading to an indictment. It's amazing.
It's amazing. I first of all, the fact that you did this and didn't get movers, and the fact that you're staying in Super 8s. I mean,
well, we paid for movers to pack the truck.
Okay,
but we just didn't have anybody to drive it.
Good.
So I manned up.
All right.
Dawn's not the only man on this show. Gosh darn it. We got a lot of good things to get to. Who exactly is Donald Trump's real opponent on Thursday night? Is it CNN or is it Joe Biden? We'll get to that. We have an I-95 sign update.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that as I was coming home.
Oh.
My God. Trump's VPs are down to 3. We will get to that.
And it's gonna be none of those 3, by the way.
I like the prediction.
Thank you.
Could very well be the case. Plus, Joe Biden has made a woke hire that makes former klepto Sam Brinton seem sane. We'll get to that. Cut sheet absolutely loaded and much more. Well, let's get to the news at 6:05. See if I remember how this works.
Yeah.
Round number 1. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Woo! It's June 25th, is Tuesday morning, and we have a lot going on in Kayal and Company News Live, especially with Kayal back in the house. So in the news this morning, and we'll talk about the heat, how hot it's going to get, 71 degrees right now. We want to update you on the officer still on a ventilator, a machine that's breathing for him, if you will, fighting for his life after being shot in the line of duty over the weekend. So we're learning new details from police, city officials, investigators. We know that the officer is from the 25th District, has been in the ICU since Saturday night when he was gunned down in the line of duty. His identity has not yet officially been released at the request of his wife, his family. Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel said this during a press conference they held yesterday. So 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez has been arrested and charged following the shooting after a huge manhunt, a barricade situation. So this suspect, Vasquez, he is being held on a $12.5 million bail. They say that the authorities are saying that there's a ton of body camera video evidence that captured much of what happened here. But the question of why were they pulling over this individual in the first place? He was stopped because he was driving a car with a temporary license plates, no proper registration. This happened in Kensington, and he has no driver's license.
Do we know if he is a legal citizen? Has that been deemed yet or determined?
That is, I do not officially have that information for you.
Okay.
If you had to guess, Don Stensland, just a wild guess, would your answer be yes or no?
I would, if we're going to take bets on whether or not he was born in Philadelphia, I suspect he was not born in Philadelphia.
I think it's a safe bet to make.
But I don't have that. I honestly, I don't have that information.
You're just making a prediction.
So we have two officers. Obviously, one of them it's an incredible story. Two officers. They conduct this traffic stop. 2003 dark blue Toyota Echo. This is 7:18 p.m. Saturday evening. So it's still light out, right? Because the days are so much longer with the official day of summer last week. So it's still light out. This is not in the dark. Conversation mostly in Spanish. We have that from the authorities. And the driver who's been ID'd as Vasquez did not have that license. And the vehicle was not registered. The wounded officers, so they start asking questions of him. Then they realize that they see a gun holster. And as they're realizing this and making a move, that's when they say Vasquez runs out of the vehicle, turns while he's running out of the vehicle, shoots 3 times. So the one officer, he realizes, he turns, he sees his partner is down and shot in the neck in particular. So the partner immediately then is helping his fallen partner. They said that the tow truck driver was critical, helping the partner get the critically injured officer, very quickly into the patrol car so they could quickly rush him to Temple University Hospital.
Yeah.
Knowing that every second, obviously, if he can survive this and he's in very critical condition, it will be due to this tow truck, his partner and the tow truck driver.
Yeah,
seconds matter.
No time to wait for medics and an ambulance. No, you take that into your own hands.
So then the tow truck driver stayed there and guarded the scene until the other officers could arrive, by the way.
Wow.
So hero tow truck driver. And then it's not over with. So you have on one, and remember during this time, Trump is on stage at the Lee Corps Center.
That's right.
When all this is going down, by the way.
Yep.
At this point, the suspect now, he tries to carjack a passing maroon minivan, but they've released some of the video of this. They want to talk to the minivan owner, but he doesn't. He starts to open the door, trying to get into the vehicle. The minivan driver, thank goodness, gets away, and thank God, probably saved their life. Now he goes and takes a hostage in his home, an innocent victim who, thank God, survived that one after a barricade situation. And finally, they resolve that with the hostage of the barricade situation. That individual speaking out, and he's okay. So at this point, they have the suspect who is deemed very dangerous.
I'd be willing to bet he's got a rap sheet and a list of priors from here to Sunday. Just an assumption.
And
36 years old.
And the fact that they had to speak to him in Spanish also tells me everything I need to know about this case.
Mm-hmm.
It does not speak English.
Ah, shocking.
Yep.
So we have that going on.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Philadelphia police interviewing family members in the Frankfurt section of the city. An 8-year-old boy was shot in the leg. So police say that this happened yesterday afternoon, right before 1 o'clock. Reports of a shooting. They find a child suffering from a gunshot wound. He's at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children in stable condition. Looks like this is not life-threatening. Now, several family members are saying that it looks like the boy found the gun outside, brought it into the house, and was playing with it. So they're trying to figure out, is that true? Where did he get this firearm? We don't have answers.
Okay.
Under investigation. I know. So we have that going on. By the way, there's a breaking news story this morning. I don't usually do traffic. There are a lot of traffic accidents. There's one in Bucks, but there's a deadly accident. 2 people killed in this head-on crash, Philadelphia's Hunting Park section this morning, Broad and Hunting Park Ave. So 2 vehicles collided in the intersection. One car burst into flames, trapping a person inside. So believe it or not, I mean, this happened a couple hours ago. This is still a mess. They're diverting traffic. Just a heads up on that one.
Right.
I know you're going to talk about Julian Assange. He's on a plane and cut a deal. We'll talk about that one. We have to get to the story of COVID. There's a case. There are some stories of COVID cases on the rise in 39 states.
Uh-oh.
I saw the story and I thought, wait a minute.
Must be election season.
I know. I thought, oh no, this must be an old story, and I'm just pulling. No, it's today. So the CDC is putting out a warning that they are anticipating a summer COVID wave.
Oh, for God's
summer
sake.
COVID wave.
Well, if it's not the red wave, it's a COVID wave. There will be a wave this summer, folks.
Oh my goodness.
So are we just going to work remotely for the rest of the summer?
No.
Do my show from my new place?
No.
Kitchen table?
So there was a red wave last night in Detroit.
Yeah, how about that?
Philadelphia Phillies beat the Tigers 8-1.
Did I see this correctly? Because I didn't watch the game. I was still so busy last night and just kind of getting caught up. Did the Phillies convert a triple play against Detroit, or was it the other way around?
Nick Kayal, the Phillies did that against Detroit. Would you like to hear it?
Let's hear Scott Fransky.
Okay, here we go.
Broke his bat, loops it right back to the mound. Harper will get the double play, and now they'll throw it to third for a triple play.
Triple play.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
McKinstry had no idea what was going on.
Tom McCarthy, the TV feed there. Yeah. I once hit in. You know me. I don't care. I'll just say it. I hit into a triple play once in slow pitch softball.
Well, that compares.
Yes. How about that?
Like the mom in me is like, good for you. You know what I mean? Like this, you know?
It was not a stellar moment.
That's awesome.
Trust me.
Man.
Yeah, I never lived it down.
What I love is listen to all the Philadelphia Phillies fans in Detroit.
Best team in baseball.
Isn't that awesome?
Indeed.
Detroit stinks, though.
Yeah. They're still there. So they're in Detroit today, tomorrow, and then heading home just in time for a gorgeous day weather-wise Thursday. So Tuesday today, 91 degrees, does not feel as humid. Tomorrow, Wednesday, is the hot one, 95 degrees.
Boy, that wind was crazy yesterday.
It was.
Oh, my
Yes, it
Lord.
was. I had to run a couple of errands, and I look over at my wife yesterday. I go, 2 days ago when we were unloading the truck, it was 96 with like 100% humidity. Today it's 78 and breezy. Timing.
Yeah, it was crazy wind. But so tomorrow, we have to get through tomorrow because then tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, we could see some severe storms as a cold front moves through.
Cold front?
Cold front.
Wow.
Cold front moving through with the storms. So lightning and storms, it'll cool us down. And then Thursday, that tees us up for the Phils coming home. That'll be gorgeous and 88 degrees, but it'll feel the humidity. We'll get a piece of relief from the humidity Thursday. Friday, bright, sunny, gorgeous Friday, 85 degrees. And then heading into the weekend, we will heat up, 88 Saturday, 92 Sunday. And it looks like with both of those pop up, almost like that Florida weather where you have that pop up, rain shower. I don't think it's a washout of any nature or any kind, but we will just watch out for that, especially if you're at the beach. So we might see some thunder storms just quickly roll through, bring some rain, bring some relief, that sort of thing. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16. Let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, who exactly is Trump's opponent? Donald Trump is set to debate Joe Biden on CNN Thursday night, but the gloves came off Monday morning as debate week got underway with a bang. I have said for the last couple of weeks on this show that the one thing you need to watch for outside of Biden's competency level and his energy levels is how CNN will moderate this debate. I've said multiple times on the show that I guarantee you they will not interrupt, fact check, or cut off Joe Biden mid-speech while Trump's microphone is muted because they don't want to derail the big guy's train of thought. But it's also been my belief that they will absolutely interrupt, fact check, and speak over Trump when it's his turn and Biden's microphone is muted. Yesterday on CNN, I believe we got a precursor, a spoiler alert, if you will, of what's to come on Thursday night. Cut off, censored, canceled, and nobody does it better than the once most trusted name in news, CNN. Casey Hunt is a host and anchor at CNN. She's also a local gal who attended Conestoga High School in Chester County. And Hunt was interviewing Donald Trump's national press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and then decided to act like a child when Leavitt took Jake Tapper to task for his years of attacks on Donald Trump. Listen and watch this.
It takes someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently, frequently likened President Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf, I am willing to have this conversation.
I am stating facts that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay,
now,
I'm sorry, guys. We're going to come back out to the panel. Caroline, thank you very much for your time. You are welcome to come back at any point. She is welcome to come back and speak about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will have equal time to Joe Biden when they both join us now at later this week in Atlanta for this debate.
Super petty, incredibly immature. No wonder why CNN's ratings are at lows not seen since 1991. By the way, Jake Tapper, or as Trump calls him, Fake Tapper, will be moderating Thursday night's debate with Dana Bash. But it's a classic move by the left. Drown out the one who is speaking when they don't want to hear your answer or they don't like your counterpoints. I can relate. It's called my mother-in-law. CNN issuing this statement. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash are well-respected veteran journalists who have covered politics for more than 5 decades combined. They have extensive experience moderating major political debates, including CNN's Republican presidential primary debate this cycle. There are no two people better equipped to co-moderate a substantial and fact-based discussion, and we look forward to the debate on June 27th in Atlanta. Yeah. All right. At least MSNBC's Trump derangement syndrome gets somewhat respectable ratings. But CNN's hatred and disdain for Trump is closing in on almost a decade, but it doesn't even rate well. An entire network's credibility shot to hell all because of TDS. Hunt followed up tweeting yesterday after being roasted for bailing out of the interview, quote, "You come on my show, you respect my colleagues, period. I don't care what side of the aisle you were on, as my track record clearly shows." To which Leavitt tweeted in response, quote, "You cut off my microphone for bringing up the debate moderator's history of anti-Trump lies. This proved our point that President Trump will not be treated fairly on Thursday, yet he is still willing to go into this 3-on-1 fight to bring his winning message to the American people, and he will win." But what about the history of Trump and Tapper? Here's a montage of Jake Tapper likening Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. Listen and watch.
The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler is once again alive and well on a national political stage. This time, of course, in the United States. Donald Trump, a couple times over the weekend, referred to immigrants from South America, Africa, and Asia. He did not mention Europe. South America, Africa, and Asia as, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, which it's not hyperbole. That does very directly echo Adolf Hitler's language before World War II. To open up a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf, you would find the Nazi leader describing the mixing of non-Germans with Germans as poisoning. There's really no other way to say it. Donald Trump's language mirrors this directly.
Anybody that thinks Trump and Hitler should be uttered in the same sentence need to have their head examined. Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jews. And since October 7th, who has defended the Jews? Why, that would be Republicans and Donald Trump. And who has defended Palestine and Hamas since October 7th? Why, that would be the far left and Democrats. But Tapper's venom for Trump doesn't just revolve around Hitler. It also revolves around Hunter. Tapper posted this on Twitter on October 30th of 2020, just days before the last election. Quote, "Since Twitter has locked out the New York Post for violating rules that no longer stand as rules, The New York Post could end this standoff by deleting the tweets that broke the rules and then tweet them out again. This was in reference to Miranda Devine's accurate reporting of the true, confirmed, and verified Hunter Biden laptop story that was ultimately suppressed by social media. And has Jake Tapper ever apologized about the nonstop media coverage that claimed the laptop was Russian disinformation? Has Jake Tapper ever criticized the 51 intel officers that deemed it misinformation? Tapper's obsession with Trump has spanned many, many years. Other notable moments included him saying Trump's presidency was, quote, a long national nightmare. That quote came on election night in 2020 when the race was called for Biden. Tapper declared, quote, for the tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Keep in mind, Jake Tapper got really rich talking about Donald Trump those 4 years, by the way. And of course, this moment when Tapper said a wanton disregard for human life, that in reference to Trump getting COVID himself. Tapper said, quote, of course, everybody here at the lead is hoping for a full and speedy recovery, but we must acknowledge Trump's refusal to abide by his own administration's health experts. Hey, Jake, how did Fauci and those experts end up turning out? They were wrong on a lot of things, from the vaccine efficacy, 100% safe and effective, to the masks, to social distancing that we now know was just made up on the fly, to the admission that school closures were a mistake. Have you admitted that yet when you were lecturing from your soapbox? And lastly, Tapper also snapped at his producers, telling them to not air footage of Trump with his supporters following his not guilty plea in the classified documents case in Miami, saying, quote, to the folks in the control room, I don't need to see any more of that. He's trying to turn this into a spectacle, a campaign ad. That's enough of that. Meanwhile, according to justthenews.com, headline reads, CNN's Jake Tapper at center of defamation lawsuit as he prepares to host presidential debate. You can read about that story at justthenews.com. So as Thursday night looms, the question is, who is Trump debating? Who is his actual opponent? Is it Joe Biden? Is it Jake Tapper? Is it Dana Bash? Is it CNN as a whole? Is it the production team in the truck? Is it the fact checkers that will be in Jake's ear? Seems to me like Donald Trump is not only walking into a home field advantage for the Democrat, but this is a hornet's nest that will explode right from the opening bell on Thursday night in Atlanta, Georgia. But I have no doubt that Trump, who has been in the crosshairs of CNN for 9 years, will emerge like he always does, unfazed, unbothered, unblemished, and CNN will continue to be the biggest joke in mainstream media. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and have your thoughts seen, read, and heard today. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts on that, because I've got a couple of questions as to what the motivation was for that entire appearance yesterday from CNN as well as from the Trump campaign. We'll kick that around as we continue. 6 o'clock hour off and running here on a Tuesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love, with flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Taylor, and this is my second year at Insight PA Cyber Charter School. Insight PA is more than just high school. Insight also specializes in career readiness to help me choose a pathway for the future. Whether it's business, nursing, technology, or even esports, Insight PA has the hands-on training and internship opportunities to help me choose the right career. The students and staff are amazing, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Crash-proof consumers like Donna McMacken know that the double-digit interest credited to their accounts is protected and available to access without penalty.
With Crash-Proof Retirement, I know that my money is totally safe. I stand to gain and brought in 11%. That was interest credited to my account. And I have the opportunity with Crash-Proof for that to continue to compound. Even with taking my required distributions, I could withdraw crash-proof income. There are no fees charged. Even though I've been retired a number of years and I'm not making a salary, I have my investments with Crash-Proof, and that's making me money while I enjoy my retirement.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Yeah, baby, 6:30. It's Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning. Good to be back. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 7:45. We'll get to some strategy and some preparation as debate week rages on. So we're just about 2 days and change away from the big spot on Thursday night in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll look at it from both the Trump and Biden perspective coming up here in just a few moments. I'm not sure when this broke yesterday. I know this interview was happening during our show. I think it was maybe the second half of the show.
We did it. We did it in the cut sheet.
Part one.
Yeah.
Okay.
As usual, I was on top of everything.
Greg is always on top
Yeah.
of everything.
Yes. Well, alphas like to be on top.
Yeah, exactly.
You control the energy.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
we don't know. That was great that you got because it just happened.
It did just happen. Thank you very much.
So I have an interesting question I want to ask Stocker, but Dawn, I want to ask you about this, and I don't know what your thoughts were yesterday, but how bad of a look is this when you are a sinking news network right now, and Casey Hunt is a local gal? Is this a really, really, really bad look for her and or the network, as they have tried to say that they're trying to be more centrist and fair and balanced in this whole nonsense? Because that came off I don't know how many times she brought up Tapper over the course of the full interview, but you even heard her at the end of that clip that I played in the big take. You could hear it in her voice. Yes. Like she was almost like shaking, and her voice was like, have you ever been in a situation where maybe you're a little rattled and you start snapping back? Like, I could hear it in her voice change.
You mentioned your mother-in-law.
Yes. Well, that's what she does.
It was kind of like when one of your relatives gets your aunt or your mother-in-law, and you better, like it started like quivering.
Yes.
And it was just because, it's one thing to be professional and to say, yo, these are my colleagues. I let you say something first, but let's move on. Let's move on or something. Mm-hmm. But she was so emotional about it.
Right.
That's what made it. I was surprised, to be honest, because she's obviously been doing this, and she's at CNN as an anchor. That's the piece that the managers are looking at. I'm sure in her newsroom they're like, "Thanks, Casey," but deep down, it was not a good look for her.
And it's, not in her defense, but just looking at it just completely objectively, it's not her job to defend or rip Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper can do that himself on his own show. Mm-hmm. But when you're the moderator, as Jake Tapper and you have this 9-year track record, I don't think it would take much for Casey Hunt, and maybe this just speaks to Casey Hunt or news anchors in television today that aren't really quick-witted on the fly and can't come up with a rebuttal because maybe they're not reading off of a prompter or prepared. But like if you're having on Trump's national spokesperson and Trump is going to be in a setting with a person that he's gone after for years and vice versa, he calls him fake Tapper, Jake Tapper compares him to Hitler. Don't you have to have a more of a witty, clever rebuttal than just shouting somebody down and bailing on the interview and cutting the person off? That to me seems low energy and very unable to adjust on the fly on your feet.
True, but that's what the other side does. It's all about emotion. Yeah. There are no facts, because in truth, what Caroline Leavitt was saying was factual. So the question is, so Caroline Leavitt, what she's insinuating here, she's saying, hey, Trump took this knowing that you guys are this biased, and basically Casey Hunt, to me, proved her point. Mm-hmm. And mostly because of how emotional she became.
Right. Very triggered, very
because
unhinged.
It's like, I just looked at her and thought, wow, she is somebody who, triggered is the word. I feel like she hates Donald Trump. She doesn't like Caroline Leavitt. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like conservatives. She doesn't want to have this conversation. Mm-hmm. She does not want to have the conversation. And she cannot have a conversation, look eye to eye with a conservative individual and talk about issues. She's just going to get emotional.
Yeah.
And so to me, that was the worst of it. That, to your point about the fact that she had nothing quick-witted to say, or just put her in her place. Mm-hmm. Say, all right, enough. You're bashing my colleagues. They can, let them speak for themselves. Let's move on,
right,
Caroline.
Right. Let's keep this interview moving. Yeah. There's other things we have to get to that are more pressing.
I thought she was going to cry. And what's the whole thing? So she's from this area?
Yeah, she's a Chester County gal.
Right? So if she were from the South, then I could understand that she says ma'am, because you're taught that in the South.
Right.
But what's the ma'am thing?
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am?
Ma'am? And Caroline Leavitt's probably, 15, 20 years younger than... Caroline Leavitt looks like she's fresh out of college.
She's 25.
That's what I figured.
I looked her up. She turns 26 in August.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, she is so impressive and composed for somebody.
She really did handle herself well for being pretty green.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this, and we're I'm not criticizing us, but this is pro wrestling, guys. This is all.
This is just. That was. I swear to God, I have this written down here. I literally, let me read this to you. I said, Greg, was this by design to drive up interest in viewers on Thursday night in late June? Was this a work, as they call in wrestling?
It was a complete work.
I literally wrote that down.
No.
It 100% was.
Casey Hunt is not an actress. That was not an act.
This is all we're being bamboozled. We're being look over here. Look at the shiny things over here. Let's work him. Let's talk him into the building. Right.
Selfishly, if you're the network, if you're the bosses, you're probably like, wow. If nobody was going to tune in because it's late June and it's summer and it's earlier than ever for a debate, I'll tell you what, yesterday just drove up maybe a little bit of an interest, right?
CNN, for all their talk about Trump is a threat to democracy, Trump is this, let's bring on a spokesperson. And for all the talk on the Trump side about being CNN is fake news, let's go on CNN. It's all a work. Stop falling for it. Stop being fooled by these people.
You think it'll work by both sides?
It's talking them into the building. It's wrestling. That's all this is.
Wait, so Greg Stocker sees Caroline Leavitt and Casey Hunt, and he thinks these two should be wrestling. Mud wrestling?
Yeah.
No, that's a little sexist, Greg.
All I'm saying is
I think Caroline Leavitt, who would win that one?
Oh, Caroline Leavitt.
Caroline would kick her butt. What do you think?
Yeah, younger, more composed.
They know that nobody gives a S about this debate. Nobody cares about this debate. Nobody wants to see it.
We're going to have to predict the ratings, by the way.
It's a rerun. Nobody wants to see it, so they need to talk people into the building.
All right. I mean, Big Bang Theory reruns get great numbers, I'm just saying. 855-839-1210, the phone number. So let's get to the debate week itself, preparation, strategy, two interesting stories. This one about Joe Biden, I'll start with that, and then we'll get to what Trump has pivoted to, which I kind of like, I think is smart. And I'm going to make an analogy as to why I've seen this in the past, and it pays off. But first, the Biden campaign lays out their debate week strategy in a new memo. This story courtesy of NBC News, where the Biden campaign and its allies are planning to hold 1,600 events this week and run a new slate of TV and digital ads ahead of the debate on Thursday, which they called, quote, one of the first moments where a larger slice of the American electorate will tune in to the campaign. Obviously, they are going to advocate and pander to the LGBTQ community. It is still Pride Month, of course, and college students. And they are apparently going to hold 300 debate night watch parties, some of which will be hosted by social media content creators. So they're pandering to that 18 to 29 demo that can't get off of social media. And the pre-debate push kicked off yesterday, where they're going to host 16 events across a dozen states. Yesterday, obviously, the 2-year anniversary of Roe v. Wade. The Biden campaign looking to present the debate as, quote, two distinct visions for the future. Voters will, quote, see President Biden, who is fighting for the American people, and Donald Trump, who will walk on stage as a convicted felon. Obviously, again, that's the whole point of these indictments. They wanted to label him convicted felon. Those two words mean the world to them. You know they love words more than actions. But also, Biden's spokesman, Michael Tyler, said in the memo they're going to lay out their key issues where they say, quote, Trump continues to pose the most extreme threat. So honestly, for the Biden campaign and this memo, it's business as usual. It's pandering to young people, student loan bailouts. It's pandering to the LGBTQ plus community. And it's about making Donald Trump look like a threat as if he is Adolf Hitler. We're interestingly, on a different level, I actually have to give the Trump campaign credit for this. And I think this makes a lot of sense. And I'm not sure everybody will buy it and some will see through it. But I want to give you a sports analogy in a moment. This headline from CNN, why Donald Trump is suddenly talking up Biden after months of slamming his cognitive capacity. CNN writes the following. After months lampooning President Joe Biden as a cognitively impaired, brain-dead zombie who can't finish a sentence or navigate off stage, former President Trump and his campaign are changing their tune days ahead of the election debate. The commander-in-chief has suddenly morphed into a, quote, worthy debater with considerable ability, a veteran political performer who is not to be underestimated, according to Trump and his lieutenants. But the Trump's team shift is remarkable, CNN writes, given their relentless assault on Biden's faculties. And they're pondering and hinting at the possible concerns that they've set an unnecessarily low bar for the president's performance ahead of Thursday night in Atlanta. I would disagree with that. I think Joe has set the bar so low for himself. But here's the analogy I want to make. This is a smart game week moment where you stop trash talking your opponent. You don't give them bulletin board material. You also don't want to discredit what is likely to be a win, I think, debate-wise, unless CNN completely hijacks it, which is completely possible with Tapper, Bash, fact-checkers, and people with earpieces in. I think this is a likely win for Trump. But if you're going to compete against somebody in the days leading up to it, it's like a boxing fight, right? You've been selling it. People are buying the pay-per-view. They're buying it. They're ready to watch it. And then all of a sudden at the weigh-in, you show respect for your opponent, even though you don't respect the opponent and you think you can beat him, and you probably will, because you never want to discredit your own victory. So I think this is actually a smart move for Trump. And I know, Dawn, you and I disagreed last week about Trump's strategy on that debate stage. I think he should go full throttle, cutthroat. You're of the differing opinion.
Yeah, I want to see him as presidential and talk about the issues, own it, because he has the winning record. He has the peace and prosperity piece to it. He has a winning record, and he can point to that. But also just the fact that next to Joe Biden, just his look, just his presence, let that settle in as you see the two of them together.
Picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yes, because I think it will be startling. You have somebody who's very frail and elderly, and just the way he even moves is just, that it will be a sharp contrast to Trump, who is in fighting condition. And you don't think of their age when you see the two of them together, that they're only a few years apart.
Right.
I mean, it shows you this whole thing. People are talking about genetic age, and obviously your genetics, your DNA has a place with that. But with Trump, no, do not bully, do not go overboard. Be presidential and be proud of your record, own it, but let him go on, because the more rope you give Biden, the more he just talks on. And I'm glad that Trump's microphone will be cut. That camera will be center focused on Biden. And so when he loses his train of thought, I mean, this is tragic, really, but when he does, and he most likely will, he'll say, well, anyway, and then the camera will stay on him. There will be this moment. And to me, I think if you don't use your 2 minutes, keep the camera on.
Yeah.
This camera is going to stay on you,
right?
And your mic is going to stay on for the 2 minutes. And the moderator, shut it.
Yep.
They get the 2 minutes. Let that 2 minutes go.
Right. You know, it's interesting, too, Doug Burgum, who a lot of people think will be Trump's vice president, using the same talking points of this pivot from the Trump administration. He said on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, and this is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, quote, is in regards to Biden, the guy's run for office for more than a dozen times. He's run for president 4 times. He's been campaigning since President Nixon was in office. This guy has got the ability. So if you read between the lines here, Trump, the Trump campaign, the Trump team basically hyping up Joe Biden. And here's Burgum, who is now one of 3 VP finalists, uttering the same talking points. Maybe that's a bit of a spoiler as to who will be the vice president. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Spell check on your signs, folks. Spell check, or it'll cost you $100,000. It's Kayal and Company, back after this.
Oh, summer is upon us. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands, and these are some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek vehicles on the roadways. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through June 30th. Get 50% off all windows, along with no interest for 5 years. Plus a bonus 10% savings when you schedule an estimate. If your inefficient windows are costing you too much for air conditioning, that's a big deal. Now during Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you can replace them and save a big deal too. Offer ends June 30th, so schedule your in-home estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
6:51 Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. For the most part, I stayed off of social media for 5 straight days.
Wow.
But for the one thing, short of a few little random check-ins, I did see this Philadelphia story with this sign on 95. And I'm assuming you guys talked about this on yesterday's show. And you can see it there again on YouTube.
It's amazing.
So funny.
Central Philadelphia, Chester.
Yes.
The 95 South sign.
Yes.
Central spelled CENRTAL.
Yes. In the alphabet, R comes before T. But T's before R when spelling the word central. And apparently we've got an update as that new misspelled sign, PennDOT has hid it under a black cloak, as you now see on YouTube, where they threw a big curtain over top of it because they've got to fix it. Now, here's my question for this.
Yeah.
When it comes to this mistake, if you misspelled it as you're designing the sign and whoever mass produces these things for the state of Pennsylvania, PennDOT, whatever, and you get it wrong, okay, I got you. We all make spelling mistakes. But how do you go forward with putting it up where nobody caught it? Because now, apparently, it's going to cost $100,000. Now, the Philadelphia Inquirer reporting that the total cost will be handled from the contractor. So they are going to be the ones that have to pay for it. So it's not going to come out of taxpayer dollars. But the total cost for the lighting, foundation, and installation of that improperly spelled sign was $100,000. And now they're going to make the change. But if you see it and you're driving in that area, you'll probably notice that black curtain thrown over top of it.
It's amazing.
Central.
It's ridiculous.
CENRTAL.
I want to know is how many people, how many workers
How many people drove by that?
Looks good to us.
Yeah, it's a go. Put it up. It can be erected.
So funny.
This PennDOT executive saying, quote, "This error should not have happened and definitely should have been caught before the sign was installed. We are reviewing our processes to ensure that this doesn't happen again."
Don't they have spell check? Sorry.
Well, this is what happens when you put Fetterman in charge of proofreading.
Wasn't that the exit where that accident happened, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I bring up Fetterman, because I just keep hearing him say 95, 95, 95.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now they've covered it up. So what's the net cost to us? Is that it's like $15,000?
Is that what it is? So there is a cost to us.
I think there is some cost that it's more like 15 because even though they have to replace the sign, we have to pay for some of it to reinstallation.
Yeah. Email statement yesterday coming from PennDOT spokesperson Alexis Campbell. By the way, that's ALEXIS if you're trying to spell names properly here. But yeah, Central, TRAL, not RTAL.
Well, Central.
Central. I can't even say it. It's such a miscue that you can't even pronounce it.
Central.
Central. It's like the front hole.
No.
We talked about that a while ago. All right, 6:54. We'll come back. Kick off hour number 2. Dawn has some news to start the 7 o'clock hour. And then after that, Trump's vice president search. It's been whittled down to 3. What do we make of it? We'll get into that on the other side. Kayal and Company continues next.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient in PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 underway here on a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a nice start to your work day as you make the trek in or around 95. Pay attention to the spelling of signs. Could throw off your strategy for getting to the right exit. 855-839-1210. A lot to get to this morning, including Donald Trump's vice president search, narrowed down to 3 candidates, according to not 1, not 2, but 12 different sources, courtesy of NBC News. We'll get to that as we continue. And wait until you, first of all, wait until you see this picture on YouTube. Phil, make sure in about 30 minutes when we get to the Daily Wire story with Biden's newest hire that we have this picture. We're going to have to break down the picture of the new hire. A hire that will make the Biden administration with Sam Brinton look very entry level. This one tops everything I've ever seen from this administration. We'll get to that story coming up. And also, Woody Harrelson apparently hates cell phones. And I don't think he's alone, especially on this show. Because Greg and I both kind of want to throw our phones into the river or the ocean. We're going to get to Woody Harrelson coming up in a little bit. And we all remember his great monologue on SNL a while back where he ripped Big Pharma. So that'll be coming up in just a little bit. Cut sheet at 7:45. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning by United Tire Service. In the news this Tuesday morning, June 25th, where it's 72 degrees, heading up to 91 degrees, a police officer, Philadelphia police officer, fighting for his life on a ventilator, not breathing on his own after being shot in the line of duty over the weekend. We've been covering this this weekend, and certainly it happened over the weekend. The officer from the 25th District in the ICU since Saturday night, his identity not being released at the request of his family. But we are learning more about that suspect now in custody and charged and accused of shooting this officer in the line of duty, 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez, identified by authorities as a very dangerous individual, arrested, charged following the shooting, a huge manhunt, that barricade situation. He's being held this morning on a $12.5 million bail, and police saying what they've learned and what they're releasing for us. Well, we know there's a lot of body camera video evidence that will be brought into the courts in this case. As well, we know from authorities the reason that he was initially stopped Saturday evening in the Kensington section of Philadelphia, he was stopped because his car, the car he was driving, with a temporary, one of those paper temporary license plates, no proper registration at all. He did not have a driver's license. And ultimately, when they did catch up with him, the police, of course, have interpreters, and they called in a Spanish-speaking interpreter to help read his rights to him and things of that nature.
I tell you what, I can't wait to find out if this is another individual that should not be here because they are here illegally. And I also, I want to know, how long has he been in the country for? I mean, is this a lifelong resident? Is this somebody from New York? Is this somebody that came here 10 years ago illegally, 10 years ago legally? Is this somebody that came here in the last 3 years where we've seen, 10.7 million illegal entrants at ports of entry? I want to know these details. I hope we get them eventually.
Well, today I'm going to be interviewing Senate candidate Dave McCormick, who wants to take Senator Bob Casey's job. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he had just tweeted out talking about this very issue as far as Philadelphia's sanctuary city policies, in particular Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, our sanctuary policies have been targeted by federal prosecutors, have been examined because of many situations, but how these sanctuary policies put the community as well as police, all of us, in danger.
Yep, and young women in danger, as all these stories keep hot. Now there's another one, second illegal migrant accused of murdering that 12-year-old Texas girl.
That was horrible.
We all become sanctuary cities when we have an open border. Whether we declare as a sanctuary city or not, by default, we all become one because you just never know where these people will show up.
So, and we do have a sad story. The first day of summer camp, we're learning from authorities, this is South Jersey, a boy died yesterday on the first day of summer camp, Liberty Lake and Burlington County. He was found unresponsive in a swimming pool, and that confirmation from the head of the camp, who put this out to an email to families, it looks like they're going on with camp today, but they put this out that it was with the heaviest of hearts, writing to share tragic news That was from the founder of Liberty Lake Day Camp in Mansfield Township during the afternoon swim period yesterday afternoon. For the freshman division, one of the lifeguards noticed that one of the campers appeared to be unresponsive in their shallow pool. So according to the camp's website, the division is that so-called freshman division is for children going into first and second grades.
Oh, wow.
So it's just, oh my goodness. So there's an investigation as to figure out what in the world happened here, but this child drowned. And they're not releasing the child's name as of right now.
Right.
The investigation continuing, but it looks like the camp is being held. They're back at camp this morning.
I never went to a summer camp. I went to like football camps and sport camps, but I never did like summer camp. Did your boys ever go to like a summer camp like you're describing here?
Sure, a day camp, sure.
Yeah?
A
Okay.
lot of these are day camps. They're fun for kids.
Okay.
So, and my one son actually works at one where they do the day camps. They have whenever you have these swimming pools, I will tell you, because he's a lifeguard, they have a ton of lifeguards. It's amazing, the staffing and the training, because that's what will be, that's the focus.
Yeah.
No doubt
Sure.
of this very tragedy here.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about the fact as far as an 8-year-old little boy who apparently was playing with a firearm, shot in the leg in the Frankfurt section of the city. This happened yesterday after lunchtime. Philadelphia police called to the 1800 block of Gillingham Street, and they're saying that they found the child suffering from the gunshot wound. He's at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children in stable condition, non-life-threatening injuries, thank God. But the question here, how did this 8-year-old get the gun? So the official story to the police was that the boy found the gun outside and then brought the gun into his home and was fiddling with it. It went off. That's the story given to police. Obviously, they want to verify that story. They are investigating.
Yeah,
and
sure.
the family fully cooperating. Like I said, the little boy's, thank goodness, he's going to be okay. And the doctors there at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children, he's in stable condition, so taking good care of him. Hey, coffee lovers, and we are all coffee lovers here.
Except
no
when we have
doubt.
to go to the other side of the building to get a refill, which I did during the last break.
That's what when the commercial break hits and we run over to the other side because our coffee machine is out.
Yeah.
On this side, which is not acceptable.
By the way, I was out of cream on the other side, too. I saw it shooting out water instead of milk.
Ew.
I don't want watered down coffee.
Well, you don't want this Wisconsin-based coffee either, because they're recalling products shipped nationwide after federal officials warned the production process that they could contain a deadly toxin in this coffee.
Killer caffeine.
Oh, my goodness.
Sounds like that story from Panera with that really potent lemonade that was killing people.
This is, the producer is Snap Chill LLC, so they recalled all of their canned coffee products with a certain expiration date because the process they use could lead to the growth and production of botulinum toxin in this type of coffee. Wow. So the FDA put out this warning. I saw this headline. I was like, oh, my goodness.
And when you say canned coffee, you mean like cans as in like you would get like a can of soda, not just like the canister or the old school like Folgers canister, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess that, and some of it could be canned coffee that you could chill. You could serve it hot or cold.
Yeah.
But apparently the retailers, I mean, this is sold all over.
I've never had a canned coffee or a canned cocktail that was ever any good. You ever notice that? They're always garbage. Especially the canned alcoholic beverages, like the pre-mixed ones. Like if you like them, like tonight, I'm going to go out to Zioli at Zlock tonight. I like a Moscow Mule, but like a canned Moscow Mule, absolute garbage. Too much sugar, too sweet. I would assume the same thing with coffee. Those like little Starbucks cans and bottles.
Yeah.
Atrocious.
Low energy.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
All sugar.
But botulism is a potentially fatal form of food poisoning. So the FDA, you hear this and you're thinking, oh my goodness. So just you want to check to make sure. But the actual producer of this is Snap Chill, and I think they distribute far and wide, nationwide, to roasters, to retailers, so places like grocery stores and Costco, that sort of thing. So you want to really be careful on this one.
All right.
Leaks, hopefully they're pulling it off the shelves for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, we talked about the COVID summer wave. In 39 states across America, CDC warning that they are anticipating the summer wave of COVID. It's underway.
Get your booster. Get your booster. Protect your loved ones.
Oh, my gosh.
They're going to be trotting Fauci out again. You watch. He'll be on CNN in like 2 weeks. We're seeing a rise in hospitalizations. Just go away.
Nobody's testing anymore. That's the problem.
Probably,
so you don't even know.
Right.
You'll think that you have a little cold, and it could be COVID.
Right.
But COVID is the new flu bug.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. If you don't feel good, stay home.
So I know we'll talk a lot. There's a lot of Trump news. There's Julian Assange news. He has cut a plea deal.
Interesting timing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you notice that?
Right after Trump said, Trump talks about him, and then boom.
Yeah. What's interesting that Biden's DOJ is cutting a plea deal. Is this good PR spin for the Biden administration? Are they trying to cover some tracks and get in good? Does the guy have some dirt? You always wonder.
You always wonder. Well, we are sponsored this morning by United Tire and Service. Summer's heating up, so are the savings at United Tire and Service now through June 30th. You want to get the best pricing for your summer road trips on all the major tire brands. Plus, get all the manufacturer's rebates. Just visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Today, we will be heating up to 91 degrees, bright sunny skies. We won't feel that humid heat that we felt last week, so not as bad. Tomorrow, it will be humid. It will be miserable, 95 degrees. It's a hot one tomorrow, hottest day of the week, but then we will see some storms moving through tomorrow, some powerful storms with a cold front moving through, and that will cool us down for a beautiful Thursday, especially for our Phils coming home for a beautiful day weather-wise, gorgeous Friday for you, 85 degrees. And then for the weekend, we heat back up again with those pop-up type storms and showers moving through quickly over the weekend, so don't cancel any plans. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 to climb in. Cut sheet just about a half hour out. Don't forget, Sunday, July 21st, Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, as we will be once again riding Families Behind the Badge. Our team Kayal, sponsored by Gelman Law Firm, for all your law firm needs, whether you're in need of criminal defense or personal injury. Check out GelmanLawFirm.com. Just got a $25 donation last night from Mary Ann Albert. And don't forget, we're getting close, folks. We're under a month away now. And we are now at $12,060.38. Now, I did not do this math.
38 cents.
Yes.
Oh.
Somebody donate 62 cents right now to make Stalker happy. And we have collected 80.4% of our $15,000 goal. And again, the $15,000 goal we said was for July 4th. So we need just under $3,000 between now and next Thursday to hit that $15K goal. Yeah. And then by the time we ride, we hope to be at $20,000.
Exactly. And by the way, with all of these news stories that Dawn highlights in the news, with this officer who's fighting for his life.
Talk about hitting home, right?
If there's ever a time to donate to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation to help the families, this is a 100% local organization. They help people, officers, families in this area. Now is the time to do it when you hear these stories. Just go to GregStockerSucks.com. By the way, Kevin Pools, please, the Greg Stocker Sucks thing goes to his donation things for people to donate. Just go to the main page. It's, you know what I mean?
As in
the Families Behind the Badge.
Yes. The official website.
Yes, the official website where it has the total and everything like that.
Uh-huh.
Please direct Greg Stocker Sucks to that website.
Yes.
But, now is the time to donate. If there ever was a time, now is that time.
Yes,
right?
As we have one of our heroes on a ventilator, as you've heard this morning.
It's FBBCF.org.
Yep.
Okay.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's an official 501c3.
Yep.
Okay.
Wayne Bonfiglio is on the YouTube chat, and he says we need to talk about your bike.
I do. I know.
Yeah.
We're down. I'm only going to get 3 to 5 warm-up sessions in.
Oh God.
And
I'm ready.
Do you have your shorts? I
have them from last year.
Okay.
Yeah. Gonna run it back. Same outfit, same bit, except although the jerseys this year Big upgrade. Beautiful, by the way. We
yeah.
showed you those pictures before if you join our team.
Yeah, by the way, there's like 7 people on the team. We got word yesterday that Daniel Meredith, who's driving, I'm starting to sound like you now, who's riding on Team Kayal and Company, lives in central Pennsylvania.
Oh.
So coming all the way down from central Pennsylvania to participate in this bike ride.
Wonder if he's riding his bike from central Pennsylvania all the way to Philly and then to Atlantic City.
GregSoccerSucks.com. Please be generous. Our goal is $15,000, but we really want to get to 20.
Correct. And then there were 3. The details next on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The amazing 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go GUIDA. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Who said sustainable can't be stylish? All fans will receive a stylish and sustainable Phillies cap presented by PGW on Friday, July 12th at 6:40 when the A's visit CBP. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. 2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, this is Matt Spiegel, and on my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, we learn how the best broadcasters in the game, like the Reds' John Sadak, try to capture the greatness of the best players, like Ellie De La Cruz.
He's a video game character. I mean, he is so athletic, and I think each moment is its own living entity, and I try to just match whatever that moment is.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. We bring you the people who bring you the game. Find us on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
.24. Welcome to the jungle and welcome back into Kayal and Company here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Big shout out to Mike Opelka, Tony Bruno for filling in the last couple of days. Bruno will be back with us tomorrow at 8:30. Sean Farish on Friday. Perfect timing for the faux president because the debate is coming up on Thursday night. Cut sheet's coming up in just about 20 minutes. We're going to get to Joe Biden's new spokesman coming straight out of the wokest agency of the Biden administration. That's coming up in a couple of minutes. But before we get to that, it is now down to 3. I think it's been drawn out a little bit too long. But I do think it's been a fascinating search as we've gone from 7 or 8 potential vice president candidates for Donald Trump in a potential second administration down to 3. And that news came down yesterday as his list of potential running mates has been narrowed to just 3. And the final 3 candidates are North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, and Senator Marco Rubio from Florida. Trump said over the weekend that he has made up his mind about who he plans to add to the ticket in November, but that no one else knows. And if I'm him, good. I'd keep that right tight to the vest. Don't let anybody know. More than a dozen sources involved or with knowledge of the process have confirmed to NBC News that the pick is either Burgum, Vance, or Rubio. But according to reports, some claim it's actually down to just Burgum and Vance, as they say that there are doubts over Marco Rubio's enthusiasm for the job. And the issue of them both being from Florida as residents could pose issues with the inhabitant clause in the 12th Amendment. We've talked about that a lot. Somebody would have to change their residency. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's more clerical. If you really want the guy, I mean, you do what you got to do to finish the process and make it official. The former President Trump revealing that he has made his decision who will run as vice president on the Republican ticket. But that individual that he has picked doesn't even know yet. And if you remember, when we started this process probably 6-8 weeks ago and the names came out with, the final 7 or 8, we were talking about people like Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, Tom Cotton, Elise Stefanik, Ben Carson, on and on down the list. Vivek Ramaswamy didn't make the semifinals, so to speak, but Trump has said many times that Vivek will absolutely have a spot in his administration, which I think makes a ton of sense. But if this report is true, and these 12 sources, according to NBC, are vetted and the due diligence has been done, I would say 2 things. Number 1, here's how I would rank the 3 if it was me looking for my running mate, and then I'm going to tell you who I think Trump has 1, 2, 3. If it's me, J.D. Vance 1, Marco Rubio 2nd, Doug Burgum 3rd. I don't know what Burgum does for Trump, but I think what Trump's going to do, and I gave you Burgum's quote earlier today about how Burgum was saying on Face the Nation on Sunday that, Biden's a challenger, he's a skilled debater, he's been in it since the Nixon administration. I think Trump ranks him this way: Burgum 1, Vance 2, Rubio 3. I think you could take that to the bank right now. I think it's going to be Doug Burgum.
It's not going to be any of those 3.
You don't think it's going to be any of the 3?
None of them. Absolutely.
Do you
none.
have the dark horse?
And by the way, Tim Scott said last night he's going to be there. So I think they're going to be.
Well, that's the clue, right? Because we heard that his Veep will be at the debate. So if all 3 of these guys, Burgum, Vance, Rubio, as you mentioned, Tim Scott, if they're all there at the debate, then we don't learn anything new. But if only 1 or 2 of them are there, well, you can scratch off the 3rd guy.
This is Trump. He's just so good he is so good at teasing these kinds of things. I mean, he really is good at it. We're talking about it, and he wants everybody to tune in, and he wants everybody to go, "Ooh, look, there's so-and-so in the 3rd row, and there's Tim Scott. Wait a minute."
But you don't think he's going to announce that on Thursday, right?
No,
he's going to save it for July.
Yeah, for the
Right.
convention.
Yes.
But he's so good at this. It just cracks me up.
So, again, I think it'll be Burgum first, followed by Vance, followed by Rubio, if I had to guess the way Trump leans. If it was me, I would go Vance, Rubio, Burgum. J.D. Vance, apparently, according to a report from Politico, we didn't get to this story last week before I left last Tuesday, but former Kamala Harris aides are saying J.D. Vance is the one that would be the biggest concern in a Veep debate. If you're going to debate Trump's Veep versus Kamala, I think you could put up the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, or anybody else against Kamala.
It's interesting to me with all this talk about Jake Tapper comparing Trump to Hitler. J.D. Vance did that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's
but
2
he has a
guys
good
right
answer
there.
for that. J.D. Vance has an excellent answer for that.
Of course he does, because you like him.
No, I'm just quoting him.
Well, Rubio butted heads with Trump 8 years ago.
Sure,
the only guy that has
little
it is
Marco.
Is Burgum the only guy that doesn't have any brush-ups or dustings with Trump?
True.
So that maybe you talk about Trump and loyalty and people that just absolutely love him, and there's been no conflict. I mean, if we're looking at that as the elimination criteria, that makes Burgum, I think, the front runner. But again, Stalker, you're not thinking it's either 3 of them.
It's not going to be any 3.
I agree.
It's not going to be
I agree.
any of them.
You agree?
Right. That it won't be those 3.
No.
But
Wow.
J.D. Vance, what he says is that it's true that he at first didn't like Trump, and he admits that, and he says that and this was before Trump became president, and then he saw his policies and saw what he was able to do, and that Trump won him over.
Yeah.
So he does have a good answer for that, or at least
and
an
I'm
answer.
okay with that. Like, you can change your tune, whether it's because you see the light or because it's for greedy, selfish reasons and you want to ride the Trump train and do that for your own career. We know all these politicians are backstabbers and they're all frauds, and they say one thing and then they flip. I mean, how many people in the Republican Party, basically signed off on the 2020 election and now are coming around and saying a different tune, right? Like, we see this all the time. So I won't kill J.D. Vance for that. Same thing like with Rubio. When Rubio was running against Trump in the primary and as a contender or, a challenger, so to speak, 8 years ago, like, I'm not going to hold that against him. So to me, like, I'm totally fine if you have a little bit of a dust up with Trump.
Sleepy Ben Carson? What do we think of him?
He wouldn't have made my list of 28.
Well, I mean, apparently he's in consideration, too.
Is that your guy? You think that could be the guy?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
He's been floated out there for years.
Trump needs in my opinion, he's going to look for somebody who will. Tim Scott is out because he did he made the cardinal sin of certifying the 2020 election and then saying that he would do it again.
Yeah.
So he's out. So Trump needs a meek person in there who will just kind of be there, do all the.
So you think he's looking for a yes man?
Clerical stuff, and won't try and steal the spotlight, and it does not have 2028 aspirations.
Well, I think wanting to run.
You don't know that.
I think wanting to run in 2028 would be.
None of us know anything.
Would be ideal.
No, but he's
We're
not
speculating.
He's not picking somebody because they're meek. If he picks somebody, it's either going to be because he just he likes the person.
Mike Pence was Mr. Personality and Mr.
Pence doesn't
stand up.
Pence doesn't really scream 24-ounce Red Bull.
Yeah,
Pence,
exactly.
he needed Pence at the time because it gave him bona fides with the
Evangelicals.
conservatives and the evangelicals.
Right.
Yes.
So
that was what Pence. So Pence filled up that lane.
One of the things that we had mentioned was it might be wise to go female for the messaging and the softening of abortion. But now we've gotten down to the point where there's no females left. But Greg, you still think
What do you mean there's no female? What are you talking about?
I mean, is Burgum, Vance, or Rubio a female?
What do
If you believe those three.
Yeah,
Right.
who
Well,
says that?
Well,
Who
that's why
says?
I'm saying is, do you think Elise Stefanik, or not Elise Stefanik, our girl Tulsi Gabbard is still in play? Or is Dawn's favorite gal, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, still in play?
No, I think
She was
Elise.
never in play.
I think you shushy over there, you.
Yeah, Dawn can dream.
But I think Elise Stefanik is still in it. I think that I think if there is somebody who can fill a lane and bring forth a sliver of individuals.
I think that's why Rubio and the Hispanic vote would make sense.
Rubio, Hispanic, or whether it's somebody like Elise Stefanik, who's tough, who's a great debater, who can talk about abortion and actual reproductive rights, somebody like that, then I think he's going to choose whoever he wants. It doesn't really matter, but
Right.
it's just different. It's different in this one. I don't know if we've ever had this, right? Because we have Biden, who's been around forever, running for re-election. We have Trump running for re-election, even though in the middle he lost, and now he's going to win again.
Yeah.
So who will he pick? And does he want to tee up the next generation? Does he want to tee up 2028?
I don't think he really cares.
Does he
about
want to be a
2028.
kingmaker?
No. I mean,
How
I
about
think
Trump Jr.?
Oh God.
What are
From a radio standpoint, I would love it.
what are the odds that he just picks his son?
No chance.
He's not going to pick his son.
No chance.
Do you mean in his cabinet?
As
No,
his Veep.
as his Veep.
There's no shot.
His Veep? No.
No.
Who's more loyal to him than his kid?
Well,
that's true. But yeah, he'll just keep doing a podcast or whatever and appearing on Fox, which is fine by me. The other thing I was thinking too is now that you don't have any, if these three are left that are accurate, you don't have a potential black vice president. That makes me think two things. One, Trump feels he's pretty good where he needs to be with the black vote. It's going to be more than he got in 2020. What that number is, we don't know. I don't know. We can all guess. Is it 15%, 20%? It seems like it's going to be more than it was in 16 for sure, and probably then in 2020. But this really, we shouldn't overcomplicate this VP search thing. And I'm not talking about whether a VP matters. Just select the best person for the job. And I know that sounds very simplistic and very entry level, but it's like the NFL draft. Draft the best player available. Don't just draft the receiver because you need a receiver. It's like the same thing as the vice president. Don't just select the female because you think you need the female. Don't just pick a black male because you think it helps with the black vote, or a Latino candidate for the Hispanic vote. Select who you think can fill all the roles and duties that are required. What are the prerequisites to be the vice president? And whatever those bullet points are, find the ideal candidate that can do all of those tasks. It's really as simple as that. I think we overcomplicate it sometimes. If the best person is J.D. Vance for a litany of reasons, then select J.D. Vance, right?
No. I would rather, if I'm going to I love Dr. Ben Carson. Like I'm not saying I'm saying I think that Don Jr. likes J.D. Vance, but I think he's in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But is Trump really going to have a Veep who has trash talked him before, and then all the attack ads are going to say
probably not.
He called him da da da. That's just even though I think he's a contender, I think that a Dr. Ben Carson is further up the list than we know.
Well, I will say
neurosurgeon. He's a great guy.
If you were looking for somebody that is the complete opposite of Trump, as far as energy levels and saying the flamboyant, I mean, you can't get any more milquetoast vanilla than Ben Carson.
But he's not milquetoast. That's just it. He is substance. He's a neurosurgeon.
I'm not saying he doesn't have the substance with what he says, but when you watch him on TV and you listen to him, not that should matter, but I think it is somewhat factored in. Who would you say is more low energy, Mike Pence or Ben Carson?
I would say Ben Carson is positive energy.
I'll put it this way: Stalker would never hire either to do a radio show.
Nope.
No, but Ben Carson is he's calming,
which is a good.
He's
asset.
reassuring.
Mm-hmm.
He puts you to sleep.
He's a doctor. No.
He absolutely does. Oh, he's a bore.
That's my thing. He's
a giant bore.
He's a
he's
snooze.
not.
But I think Burgum's a snooze too.
But that's what Trump's looking for. Trump is looking for somebody who's not going to, who's just going to get in there and do, the stuff he doesn't want to do.
Right. Go around, do the little tours, the little speaking engagements.
Yeah.
We'll see. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet is coming up on the other side. But first, I got to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Mazda specifically. In my opinion, the best bang for your buck at any dealership with any brand within the Piazza family. The 2024 Mazda CX-30, the dynamic CX-30, offers 8 different trim levels, which creates the perfect fit for every lifestyle. And when it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive comes standard with the available turbocharged engine that packs a surprising punch. And if you're looking for safety, and we're all looking for safety these days as your family starts to grow and people are distracted on the roads, texting while they drive, the 2024 CX-30 earned a 5-star overall safety rating, and they have got great features such as blind spot monitoring. You can visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, which is the dealership that I have been to. Beautiful location. Go to Reading if you want to head out that way, or online right now. Your favorite device, tablet, laptop, computer, PiazzaMazda.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
This is Jordan Lundy. And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
While Wall Street's markets continue to go up and down with no guarantees of going forward, many concerned investors have been tempted by the idea of guaranteed income for life. Although it sounds desirable at first, guaranteed income products are not what they're cracked up to be. When you purchase a guaranteed income product, the first thing that happens is your investment immediately becomes less liquid. There is no principal to tap into when an emergency strikes and you need to make a lump sum withdrawal. With these contracts, your scheduled payout is a set specific amount based on your life expectancy. This amount does not keep up with inflation, which paints you into a corner later in life when your monthly income has less purchasing power than it did the day you signed the contract. Now, in most cases, the monthly income payments are structured to exceed your life expectancy, making it a whole lot less likely that you'll ever receive back your initial investment amount before death. Lastly, there is no legacy or estate planning with these guaranteed income products because they're meant to go away at your demise without leaving a dime to your heirs. It's best to avoid a product sale whenever possible. By utilizing a system of investments, however, with guaranteed income capabilities, you can mix and match vehicles that pay a lifetime guaranteed income with others that are designed to grow principal back and still give you access or increases of income. Seek out a qualified retirement phase expert who can offer the best of both worlds and provide a legacy plan for your heirs, guaranteed.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:45, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. Yes, keep free speech alive. I say that because SCOTUS still has a handful of cases that they will be issuing and handing down opinions on, which include one big case on social media, and of course, I think the biggest of them all, presidential immunity regarding to Donald Trump. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. As we continue, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in, get to a big three, and all the trimmings that we normally have and the fixings coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But 7:46, let's get right to it. It's time for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, I'm starting with cut 5 here, Phil. Staying on the theme of the vice president talk. Matthew Dowd from ABC said that the Biden campaign would be foolish to think that Trump's VP pick would be Burgum, Rubio, or Vance.
Okay.
I agree with him.
All right.
His reasoning. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Let's turn to the Trump Veep stakes. Here's some sound with the former president in Philadelphia that Dasha just referenced.
Most likely, yeah. He'll be there. In my mind, yeah. Do they know? No, nobody knows.
So for those who maybe couldn't hear clearly and couldn't see the subtitles there, he was asked, will your vice president pick be at the debate? He said yes, pretty sure they're going to be there, and that, yes, he in his mind knows who his VP pick will be, but nobody else knows. NBC News has reported that Trump is zeroing in on Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota, Senators J.D. Vance of Ohio, and Marco Rubio of Florida as those possible top contenders. Matthew, anyone stand out on this list? Anyone the Biden campaign would need to worry about?
Well, first, I find it kind of funny that Donald Trump says the vice presidential candidate will be at debate, and we know what he's going to do. He's going to unload a bus full of potential people that are all going to clamor by him. So there may be 15 people of elected officials at that debate that he can say, that person was there. So I find it kind of funny. I mean, I still believe, Anna, that the Biden campaign would be foolish to think that that's the list that Donald Trump is ultimately going to pick from. It may be, but I think their campaign process is going to be, well, we'll deal with it when this person comes out, because I still believe of those three picks, I still believe that somebody not on that list would be a better pick than those three, because you just play their own words, all of those folks' own words back to Donald Trump during the course of the campaign. And they've said more negative things about Donald Trump than Joe Biden has said about Donald Trump, each of those three people on that list. So I think we all have to just wait and see, because as Donald Trump says, it's in his own mind, and the mind of Donald Trump is not something easy to fathom. So I still think it could be somebody off that list.
Let's turn to the...
Okay. So you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So again, I as I said last segment, I think Trump, if those three are the options, and we don't know for sure, I think Trump picks Burgum. I would pick Vance. Although Lebo makes a good point on Twitter, as he sent us a tweet about 10 minutes ago. He says, Trump has to have somebody who can step in as president. The biggest complaint against Harris is there's no way that she could. And by the way, she also polls lower than Joe, which is another concept that's hard to fathom. But I almost get the sense that Lebo is implying in that tweet that you need to select somebody in the event that you die. Now, I think it's highly likely Joe Biden would die in office in a second term. Anything could happen with Trump. He's 78. You never know. But I don't see Trump just going from doing pretty darn well. Like I said, I think Trump's 95% of what he was in 2016. I'd be a little shocked if Trump died and if he got elected as a second term in office, but crazier things have happened. Does that need to be factored in? Somebody that could step in for a year and a half or 2 years if you became ill or you suddenly died for some reason.
Everybody talks about the vice president, the Veep stakes. If I hear one more time, who cares who they pick? This election, the vice president means more than any other election in our lifetime in the past because of the age of these two individuals. So yes, the vice president matters a lot
because of age.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Do you factor that in based on fatigue? Because we've been told.
I factor that in based on life expectancy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, of course. Donald Trump could live to be 95. I hope he does.
Or he could drop dead of a heart attack on a golf course. You don't know.
Biden could live to be 95. Nobody knows. I'm just saying that.
What an upset that would be.
The odds are against you the older you get that you're gonna, make 4 years. It's just science.
Odds are against me making 62. I'll tell you what, if you're Kamala Harris, though, I don't think you want to debate J.D. Vance. If that matters, and I don't know that it does, I would not want to debate J.D. Vance. I think he's the sharpest on a mic.
What about what Matthew Dowd said about the attack ads from all three of those contenders?
I mean,
because it's going to be...
But to sit there and claim that they've attacked Trump more than Biden, I mean, I know that's a little hyperbole from him, but
but that's what I said about J.D. Vance.
But all three of them have.
Right, so you don't want that.
I mean,
so that's why, like Dr. Ben Carson, to have a doctor and to have somebody that's such a calming presence, who's completely credible, so positive energy. The guy's a neurosurgeon, and he's well known. Everybody knows him.
Well,
he's a good guy.
I don't think any of these people, I mean, I know you talk about the neurosurgeon, and that's unbelievably impressive. I don't think you can be dumb and end up getting through medical school and being a neurosurgeon. But I don't think anybody on this list that we've talked about, even the 8-deep list, Elise Stefanik, Tim Scott, all the people that have now been scratched off, so to speak, or at least in theory, I don't think any of these people are stupid. I think they could all handle the job. Honestly, if we expanded that list to 12 people, you could, and this is not a partisan take, I think they're all better than Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
It's not possible to pick somebody worse than her.
Yeah, Trump has the luxury of, and this is a nice thing for moving forward for Republicans in the future, is there is a bright future for the GOP. We have a lot of up and coming, superstars coming in. So that's fantastic.
Marcus Aurelius tweets, Trump will shock the world and name Michelle Obama his VP.
Stop.
That's a guarantee you that won't happen.
Let's go in the Wayback Machine since we're making
Wayback Machine.
Since we're making attack ads, or what could be attack ads. Here is Marco Rubio.
We began to explain to the American people that Donald Trump is a con artist.
You think Trump doesn't remember this?
He's got the
we have
receipts.
seen the impact that is having all across the country. We are seeing in state after state. He loves to talk about polls. We are seeing in state after state his numbers coming down, our numbers going up.
He was.
And 2 weeks from tonight, right here in Florida, we are going to send a message loud and clear. We are going to send the message that the party of Lincoln and Reagan and the presidency of the United States will never be held by a con artist.
So you don't think Trump remembers that?
I will say this. I can guarantee you, if you rattled off every name possible for
hate
Veep,
politics.
Trump would be able to sit there and say whether or not that person has ever uttered a negative comment in his direction. But let me ask you this, because we've seen, polling numbers on black voters with Trump, and it's, 21%, 22%. And we've seen Hispanic numbers. Those are higher. They've ranged from, I think, 28% up to 40%. With all due respect to Marco Rubio, but I understand his heritage and his lineage. Does Marco Rubio give you a drastic uptick in the Hispanic vote? Like, are there Hispanic voters out there that are not planning to vote Trump, and all of a sudden he selects Marco Rubio for Florida, and the light bulb goes off to Hispanic voters? Oh, you selected Marco Rubio. Now you've got my vote. I mean, in all honesty, I'm not sure that Marco Rubio really moves that needle exponentially. A tick here, a tick there, maybe.
I'm just telling you guys that, like, these guys didn't, like, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, these guys didn't just come out and say, oh, we disagree with Trump on policy issues, this, that, and the other. Marco Rubio called him a con artist, and J.D. Vance compared him to Hitler. So, like, these aren't things that are like, oh, you can just brush it off. It was a policy difference. It's not.
Yep. You're right.
And then I always think, wouldn't it be wild? I just looked up George P. Bush. So this is Jeb's son. And wouldn't it be wild, a wild card? Who are the wild card choices? Like a George P. Bush. He's now working for a Wisconsin law firm. Somebody like that. What if it's just a wild card?
I think with the current direction of the Republican Party and never wanting to go back to the Bush days, the Romney days, the McCain days, selecting a Bush. Now,
But he's the new generation. He's half Hispanic. His mom is first generation Mexican American.
We were told Nikki Haley was the new generation too.
You know what I mean? He's in his 40s, fluent in Spanish, and he did endorse Trump. You know what I mean? Sometimes I look at those wild cards and I think, what about George P. Bush?
Oh, I mean, it's a very interesting pull from you, no doubt about it. I just can't see it happening. But then again, if you're a Trump supporter, I mean, again, he can select Doink the Clown. You're not going to not vote for him based on the Veep. Yeah. I don't think so anyway.
Should be the Matt Bourne Doink the Clown.
Yes.
Way better than
not the Bourne Identity.
No.
Exactly. Another bad movie.
James Carville said that the Democratic culture has too many preachy females.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Very sexist from Mr.
James Carville.
Too many preachy females.
Dawn, cover your ears. He curses in this a few times too, but we obviously edited it.
Yeah, obviously we edited it. I'm sure nothing will slip through.
Phil, who edits these clips for me, he seems to, instead of putting beeps, he seems to just take them out, which I guess I like. I don't know. Do you like the beep or do you like
I'd have to hear a compare and contrast.
I kind of like the beep better because
better effect.
It gives it a better effect.
I agree. Theater of the mind.
Yeah.
This is radio. Yeah. This is radio, people.
All right, Phil, when moving forward, when you do these, give me a beep instead of taking it out. Just sounds better, I think.
I want to hear what it sounds like. I can't recall him doing that, where he takes out the entire word.
Well, you're going to hear it. I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the WAV file.
Okay.
What us in the biz call the WAV file.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's little gaps here. So,
I see gaps in the Vox Pro.
Cut 7, Phil. Go.
I think Democratic culture has too many preachy females. It's too much. Don't eat hamburgers. Don't watch football. All right, wear condom. Like, man, leave me alone. You okay? I got a goddamn life to lead. Guy works at a tire repair shop in suburban Atlanta.
Okay.
50 hours a week.
Yep. There's
making $16.50 an hour, and he wants to watch the football game.
Yeah.
He wants to smoke dope and drink beer, and then everybody's telling him he's slothful, and they reject that. And I just think some of it is cosmopolitan condensation, if you will. Like, you need to lead the kind of life we lead, not the kind of life you lead. And it pisses people off.
Well, that's across the board. That's black, white. That's a big part of Trump. That's a big part of Trump.
It's Hispanic. We're going to lose Hispanic males.
Yeah.
We're going to lose them.
And that's on that male-female issue. That's on that. I mean, it very much they want to see the strong. This is generalization. strong, dominant male in a household. I mean, you know.
There you go.
I mean, I don't know. It sounds like James Carville's basically talking about stuff like Harrison Butker was at a commencement speech. And are they going to attack James Carville now? Yes. Men like beer, football, and red meat. What a coincidence. Like, that's not breaking news. But I would go beyond just, the, quote, preachy females. The Democrat Party really right now on the far left, it goes beyond females. Males are the same way. It's like, we're going to lecture you, tell you how you should live your life. And, oh, by the way, probably be in total violation of what we preach and advocate for, and then do it behind closed doors in our own personal life. I'll tell you what, this has been a rough stretch for James Carville. He is really getting to, maybe he's getting up there in years and he's getting cranky. He's been triggered for months.
I got to tell you guys, the Democrat Party would do itself a huge favor by listening to him. He's a very smart guy.
Oh, I agree.
He got Bill Clinton elected in 1992 when nobody thought Bill Clinton had a chance in hell. So I do think that the Democrat Party would do itself a favor by listening to him. You can not agree with 99% of the stuff that he's saying, but you could say that, like, he knows how to win elections, and he knows how to get that coalition in the 90s that the Democrats lost.
And to your point and Carville's point, when's the last time the Biden campaign or the far left did any campaigning, marketing, or advertising, or tried to just appeal to the middle-class working white male, right? Everything is about the fringe that they cater to.
Which is why the most viral sensation that's happening is Haktua Girl.
I saw that in Nashville,
That is
by the
why
way.
this is happening. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee.
Haktua.
I'm going to spit on that thing.
I got a
Haktua Girl. I'm looking like, oh my
red
goodness.
man in my cheek.
She's selling merchandise.
Oh, yeah.
By the way.
Wow.
So she isn't, but this is why. Because it is a rebellion, I think, by men who are sick of all of this that Carville is calling out.
Well, they've tried to demasculate. I don't even know what the right word is. Like men, like, oh, it's toxic masculinity. Like, they've made it like being a straight man is like some crime.
Yeah.
Right?
And she's like celebrating. You know what I mean? She's just like, yeah, y'all. You know, she's just, and at first I saw it, I'm like, what? And then I looked at it, I said, okay, she is a sign of the times.
Yeah.
That in fact she's somebody who, and if you don't know who, she was being interviewed by like a podcaster. I sent the video to Phil if you want, but she is being questioned about guys and whatever and
What's her
intimacy.
technique? What's her technique?
And
What's
she
her technique
says,
in bed? Yes.
I just spit on that thing, hot, and then she goes hot to it, and and everybody just went nuts over this, and I thought, what in the world? And, my first reaction was, oh, our parents must be so proud. Okay, but then I thought, okay, this is a reaction by men, and men across the board of every age, of every culture, ethnicity, and it's more of saying, yeah, just being like male and everything that Carville just identified.
Yeah.
You must mask up, and you have to say my pronoun, and you must be bound up and listen to our stupid rules.
Believe in our truth
and be
my
alone
truth.
and be lonely. And men are lonely.
Well,
too,
far
by
be it for me to say what females look for in a man, but I do have a general knowledge base to pull from. Are there women out there that like beta males? Yeah. Are there women out there that want the man to always take into consideration feelings? But you know what I've noticed at the end of the day? Not all, but most women like a masculine man. But you would think from the Biden administration and what works against Trump and Republicans, which we know is single, career-oriented, childless females, that's the only way you can move forward as a man. And I'm not saying a man should be a meathead and a pig and this, that, or the other thing. But we like sports, we like beer, and we like beef.
Yeah, and you know what you like? I think men and all individuals, all people like to be celebrated. And so to take a group of and this is why when you look at even teenage boys and maybe starting at 14, 15, you start noticing in media and commercials, why is the guy always the one they make fun of? It's like being a bully victim your whole life, and now we're seeing a rebellion.
I love you, Don, but this is so basic. It's a hot chick saying how she performs a sexual act on a man. There's not.
I think there's more to it.
There's
than that.
absolutely not. It all comes down to the fact that men like sex. The end.
Look, my story, I'm sticking with it.
Like
is
hot
that
women, hot women spitting on that thing. That's basically what she's saying, right?
But she's also saying that she doesn't, a guy who would, I think, who she would haktua with is not a little wussy, prissy, woke guy.
I was like,
right?
There was two things I paid attention to on 5 days when I was basically off of Twitter: the I-95 sign and haktua.
Yeah.
Gee, what a surprise!
Unbelievable.
I just feel like it's there's no big message in this. It's the fact that
there is.
Women or
That's
men,
my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Men like hot chicks that
Okay.
How about this for a plot twist? Like, we just assume that all females, not all, but a majority are going to vote against Trump. What if there are females out there like that lady in that Nashville video that are so sick of what the Biden administration is peddling that they do love a manly man, and they just say it's almost like a rebellion vote against what they've been peddling on the left, and not a lot, but a select few end up. I mean, you never know what's going to be the difference. Come November 5th. We really don't. If it's going to be as razor thin as I anticipate, I mean, there could be just one little segment in one little community in a swing state, and boom, there's a different outcome.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know. We think we know. We think the polls will know, and we know the polls are wrong all the time.
Stunt Brain just sent us.
What?
You got some AI stuff?
Hawk Tua has an action figure.
Can I get that at KB Toys?
Oh my goodness.
Is Mattel making that? Action figure. I used to love action figures as a kid.
Misfit Toy says, "What a topic for a morning commute." Geez, come on, man. I mean, like, we program this radio show to adults. If you can't handle it, turn on Jen and Bill.
What? She's chewing gum. If the kids are in the car, she's spitting out her gum before school. That's what that is.
Jen and Bill.
I'm sure some wacky morning show's doing War of the Roses somewhere.
Yeah.
No, at first, I'll be honest. When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, great," But it just has. She is everywhere, and it has gone viral, and everybody's talking about it. And I thought, all right, I have to look at this. At first, I did think what Greg said, primal. And then I thought, oh man, this is
Oh, look at that! Great job by Phil. There's the Hawk Tua action figure on YouTube.
Good job,
wow!
Good job, Phil.
Yeah, baby. Look at that.
But I do think there's something more to it.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. There's not more to it. It's the reason that 99% of the traffic on the internet is porn.
So, Greg, that action figure. Would you? Would you spit on that action figure?
It's amazing.
But the thing is, she's not. She's with a friend, and her friend kind of, when she says it, she's trying to be funny, and when she says it, her friend goes, oh, and puts her hands over her. Like, she's not somebody who's a porn person or whatever. She's like a wholesome girl with no makeup, and she's very pretty.
Yeah, wholesome.
But she's trying to say something funny and shocking. I just think that's part of it. It is satire, but I think it is the rebellion of the heterosexuals and being male and female and all of that.
So to piggyback off of what Don was talking about, women liking manly men, I give you former Bachelorette star Josh Sider, who's transitioning to a woman. And he blasts his date as transphobic because his date wants him to pay, but he says women shouldn't pay for dates, and now he's a woman.
Oh, my goodness. I'm already confused.
So he in this video, you'll see him has a 5 o'clock shadow, like is very manly, but has lipstick on and a dress, has tattoos.
And beard.
Has tattoos showing, but he's telling people that his date is transphobic because he's the woman and he shouldn't have to pay for the date. Got it?
Got it.
Are you confused? Does your
Yes.
head hurt?
Yes.
Maybe I'm on Don's side now. I think that men are just like, I can't deal with this anymore. I just want somebody who'll go. All right.
know what mental illness
no.
like.
Oh my goodness.
Cut 6, Phil. Go.
Hey everyone, sorry I look like a hot mess today.
Oh my.
I just wanted to vent a little bit. I feel like,
by the way,
I mean, my goodness, God, if we could keep the video frozen, we got to do a film breakdown here, Phil. If we could just, yeah. I mean, he's got nice ink, solid tats.
Yeah.
You know, not my thing, but I like a few tattoos, but not everywhere.
A lot of tattoos.
5 o'clock shadows definitely in. Nice. He's got a nice head of lettuce.
Lipstick on, but
yeah, and a halter. Is that what they call that? A halter topped on? The tube top? What do we call those? No, it's not a tube top. Tube tops have the straps, right? What is that?
Yeah, I'm with Dawn. I think that
Just go back to hawk to a
yeah,
girl.
I think
wanna...
I think men just want to hawk to a girl and don't care about.
On the right chest plate, he has a tattoo that says D2R. That does not stand for Democrat to Republican.
I don't even want to know what that means.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. If you don't, if you're driving and you're going to be ill, it's fine.
Dawn, would you wear that? Would you wear that top?
It's hideous. It's an ugly top.
Is it? Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't have
By
that
the
in
way,
my closet.
Can I ask a question? Like the halter tops, I understand. Like those.
That's not a halter top.
Well, you know what I mean. Like
it's an off the shoulder.
But like they're there to like cover boobs, right?
Yeah.
They're there to be right at the boob line. He's a dude.
Yeah.
like what does he need that for?
And if you really want to play this role, well, you drop that down a little bit, Chief. Show us a little something. Come on, man.
Cut
fashion tips to a trend from Kayal.
I don't think you can say that, Don Stensler.
I can't?
No, I don't think so.
I thought it was a term of endearment.
No, I don't believe it is.
Not anymore?
Believe it is. I believe it is deemed offensive.
It's a cancelable
I'm
offense.
sure somebody will clip that and see what she said. She said it in jest, though.
I
All right,
did.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
hey everyone, sorry I look like a hot mess today. I just wanted to vent a little bit. I feel like dates can be so cheap. The last couple of dates that I've gone on, I've expected the guy to pay because I feel like the man should pay for the first date, and they just don't want to. And so I just had a date earlier this afternoon, and I sat there when the bill came, and finally I just said, the guy should pay first, and kind of pushed it towards him, and he said, well, in that case, you should pay. And I just thought, that is so rude. And I just don't understand what the issue is. I feel like everyone's trying to get something for free these days. I don't understand. I just want to go on a date and have the man be a gentleman and treat me right, treat me like a woman. So if any of you are having the same experience, let me know.
All the
Hey,
time.
everyone.
Wow.
You know, look, I think old school traditional chivalry.
Are you really
customs-
trying? Are you really trying to analyze?
I'm going to
this, Nick?
analyze this. I'm an analyst on the radio. This is what I do. You know, the man always pays for the first date or multiple dates or all of the dates, right? But in this world of we're being told, which, you know, is valid and fair and actually true, you know, women are absolutely equals to men. Women shouldn't be viewed as inferior. So if that's the case, I'm wondering if today's woman that feels empowered is like offended by the fact that the man decides to pick up the tab and pay. I could see scenarios where they're probably very, very liberal women that would actually be bothered and cause us a ruckus. What, you think I can't afford to pay for my half of it, or I can't pick up the tab? Like, I could see that actually playing out in 2024. I could see a biological female who is still a biological female getting on TikTok and having a meltdown over the fact that she met a dude and the dude offered to pay the bill and she got triggered by it. Could totally see that.
But if this individual wants to go out and have dinner paid for, then, you know, find a date who's going to take you out, treat you like a lady.
By the way, if there's any dudes that want to pick up my dinner tab and take me out, I'm available. I'm hoping Zioli will pick up some stuff for me tonight.
He won't.
See?
He won't.
Yeah, you're right about the T word. That, and I did not know that, but because you hear people, you're allowed to say it as a term of endearment
Oh.
among transgender individuals. because I've watched shows.
Nobody listening to this radio show.
Well, I'm just saying,
is going to call you out on anything.
Just so you know.
Okay.
But it's a term of endearment amongst people in the community, but an outsider is not allowed to say the T word.
Got it.
What T word? Trigger?
No.
No, it's transgender, but using it with a Y. You're not supposed to say that because it's considered a slur.
Transgender E?
No. Just
rhymes with granny.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But you hear comedians say it all the time, and you hear people online, on some of the shows, on the streaming shows. But it's a term of endearment.
We got a tweet.
You learn something new. I know.
Hawk to a girl for Trump vice president. Yes, she's got my vote, and she will dunk on Kamala.
That is, I am just so disturbed by that dress and or that person. You're right, Dawn, that people are seeing this and they're just like, okay, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I need to scratch myself, burp,
scratch myself,
eat some red meat. And can I be a man somewhere?
Yeah.
Can I be a man anywhere?
I'm telling you, man, being a man today is a crime.
Yeah. MSNBC's Andrea Mitchell, this is cut one, Phil, asked a Biden spokesperson if the president's inner circle is too insular because it's all white men in their 60s.
Is it really? I thought they hired everybody but white men.
Cut one, Phil, go.
The immigration issue, which the administration has been struggling with, and inflation, even though it's coming down, still food and energy prices are still high, and those are the prices that impact people. And one other, quick thing is that there is a profile in the New York Times today of the 3 closest advisors, longest serving advisors, informal and formal advisors to the president, and they're all white men in their 60s or higher. Former Senator Ted Kaufman, 85 years old. So is that too insular?
Well, a couple things. First of all, Andrea, I'm glad that you mentioned immigration, because one thing that President Biden wants to talk to Donald Trump about on Thursday, and you will certainly see him do this, is why did you stop? Why did you stop your MAGA cronies in Congress from moving forward with a historic immigration bill that was bipartisan, that would have solved a lot of the issues that we're dealing with at the border right now? Why did you stop them from doing this, Donald Trump, when you say immigration and our situation at the border is one of your top priorities? So he's looking forward to having that conversation. When it comes to prices, President Biden has done a lot to lower prices. Of course, we came off of a once-in-a-generation pandemic that President Biden made sure we didn't go into a recession because of the policies he put in place. He's going to talk about how he's continuing to work to lower costs. Donald Trump practically cheered from the sidelines when inflation numbers were going up. He doesn't have a plan.
All right, she's a bore. The whole point of that was what Andrea Mitchell said.
So two things.
He's already bored.
With those 3 60-year-old, north of 60-year-old white men in that graphic. 2 things. Number one, just goes to show you how fraudulent Joe Biden really is. Because deep behind closed doors, it's straight white 60, 70, 80-year-old men. But out on the front lines of the battlefield, it's the DEI box-checking hires. It's my press secretary is a black female lesbian. My secretary of transportation is a gay man in Mayor Pete. My vice president is an African-American female. So all the ones that you see in public are the optics behind the scenes, although I don't know. Maybe those 3 behind the scenes are really advising him, although I tend to think it's more of Obama and the squad Dems that are running the show. But it's a very interesting hypocrisy when you see the picture of those 3 guys.
Also, can I just – you're 100% right. What is wrong with being a 60-plus-year-old white male?
No, nothing.
You would think there would be a wealth of experience and knowledge there.
Well, and that's what Joe claims, right? Joe's not old, and Jill says that. He's sage and he's wise, and with age comes experience and wisdom. So if that's what Dr. Jill wants to spin publicly when the media crushes the cognitive state of her declining husband, then the same defense should apply to his closest little brain trust inner circle, right?
Yeah, I don't understand this whole thing because you're right that they say one thing. They're like, we're all about DEI and equity and this and look we hire. But when it really comes to Biden's inner circle, it's everybody he rallies against, right? It's, the old white males.
Right. Because he's actually really still 90s Joe Biden, just,
But my point is, what's wrong with a 60-something-year-old male that might have some knowledge and some know-how?
I mean, we've got an 81-year-old and a 78-year-old running for president. We've got SCOTUS justices that are white males north of 60. But, it's the boogeyman.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Pod Save America host John Favreau. No, this is John Lovett. Excuse me. He was on not that John Lovett. There's another John Lovett.
We got multiple Lovets.
Was on CNN last night discussing the presidential debate. By the way, CNN is like wall to wall with this. They're milking this for everything they can. Like, let's bring on everybody and analyze our debate. By the way, we will carry the debate right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Thursday night.
Is that right?
From 9:30 till 10 p.m. or 9 o'clock to 10:30 p.m.
Will the audience hear Tapper and Bash, or is it a
Yes.
different feed?
No, it'll be the it'll be the exact same feed, so you can keep
Okay.
it all right here.
Very cool.
So anyway, what kind of Donald Trump will show up at the debate? That's the question. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Like, what kind of Donald Trump shows up, I think, is one of the biggest questions, because, he's out there in front of his biggest, weirdest fans, and he's like, should I be nice or should I be mean? And they want him to be mean, and he wants to give them what they want. But his campaign is hoping that Donald Trump doesn't make it a show about how extreme and dangerous Donald Trump is. And the format, which a lot of people are saying, they're going to shut off Trump's mic, ha, 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 we're going to shut off Trump's mic. It might be conducive to, keeping that kind of Trump in check. I think the other side of it is 5 minutes into a debate, Donald Trump's going to forget any kind of prep, and then he's going to go all instinct, and then he's not going to be able to stop himself.
Yeah, but he often plays to kind of the crowd he's in front of. I mean, he often is very different when he's in a more muted setting. If he doesn't have that audience there, and the assumption is it'll hurt Trump, but also could be a benefit. And how does the Biden campaign prepare for something like that if Trump is more restrained?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to prepare.
There you go.
Hey, this notion of microphones being muted and having no audience, I mean, if this is in a very, insular setting, almost like a library, just because Trump's microphone gets muted doesn't mean Trump will stop talking or necessarily be heard. I mean, if you're in a quiet little setting where there's no crowd, just turning off the mic is, I'm sorry, Biden, you could pick, Trump's voice carries. He could be picked up by Tapper's mic or Biden's mic or Bash's mic. And the other thing, too, is, and I know Dawn and I disagree with this, and maybe we do get a more presidential Donald Trump. I don't think, and I actually agree with that commentary there 5 minutes in, and that's not a slight at Trump, but Trump's at his best when he's spitballing, and he's not sticking to a script. And I'm sure he has his notes and his thoughts, and you're going to be given a pen and a pad and all of that. But Trump doesn't need to be on a prompter. And Trump knows what the talking points are, and he can hammer away. I think Trump's going to be fine in that setting. The only thing that can derail him is if the CNN moderators are obviously very biased and interrupt him while never interrupting Joe.
There's been I've seen a lot of different reporting. Will there be fact-checking that goes on? I saw that there won't be. Is that true?
Whatever there is, I just want it to be equal for both people.
Right. I mean, I would say if they're going to cut the microphones, they will be muted unless a candidate is directed to speak. I hope that means everybody's muted. In other words, you go, here's the question. Now we're going to mute all the mics, and now the person that has the question directed to them, 2 minutes. Keep that camera on that individual for 2 minutes with everybody else muted. Let them go.
Well, what's going to happen. When the other guy's muted, Joe's just going to be there frozen in time. But when Joe's out there lying, Trump's going to be shaking his... I would actually like to have a split screen while Biden's answering. I want to see Joe on the left answering the question, and I want to see the reactions to Trump while he's muted on the right half of my screen. That's the way I would produce it if I was coordinating this.
Dawn, I know you may have said this earlier, but for the people tuning in later, what version of Trump do you want to see at this debate?
I want to see presidential. I remember when he did a town hall with Laura Ingraham, and they were sitting up on stage. She asked very directed questions, and he was very presidential. He was very relaxed. He was very much in control, and I actually loved that version of Trump, and I hope that's what we see Thursday night.
Kamala Harris was on the Morning Joe programs yesterday, pushing for reproductive rights.
Yeah.
Again, it's her.
It's her calling card. It's the only card she has in 2024.
Yeah. So this is what she said on the Morning Joes yesterday. Cut to Phil. Go.
Madam Vice President, you're here with Hadley, in part because she's amazing, and also because her story resonates with you deeply. You have been close to similar stories in your own life. Maybe.
So just to give a little context, this is the woman that they are trotting out because what she had to. Is this the Texas woman?
No, I think it's a different one. The Texas woman was at the State of the Union that Joe did.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
All right.
Katie something, I think her name is.
Okay.
Even set the path of your career. Yeah. Prosecuting sexual violence cases. Can you tell us about that?
So, Mika, when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather. And when I learned about it, I said to her, you have to come live with us. I called my mother. My mother said, of course she has to come stay with us, and she did. And so at a young age, I decided I wanted to do the work that was about protecting women and children. And I became a prosecutor, and I specialized in particular, child sexual assault. And the fact that after the Dobbs decision came down, that laws have been proposed and passed, that, as Hadley has said, make no exceptions even for rape or incest. Think about what these extremists are saying to a survivor of a crime of violence to their body, a survivor of a crime that is a violation of their body, and to say to that survivor, and you have no right or authority to make a decision about what happens to your body next. That's immoral. That's immoral. And I say all of that to say that, Hadley,
She is very good at speaking about this, by the way. I will say that.
I hope she talks about the Hamas victims who were raped on October 7th because they were brutally raped and murdered.
Very good.
And so Kamala, what about that?
Oh, very good counterpoint by Dawn Stensland. That's why she's here, folks. Good point. I mean, look, my wife was a child abuse, sexual abuse investigator as a social worker, and obviously Kamala Harris prosecuted those types of cases. So I give a lot of respect and credit to those that do that stuff because the details are just gory. But this is legitimately, like, if you think about how many times they've tried to repackage and reboot and rebrand Kamala Harris, this is the only thing that she can actually do well effectively. So when you find something that somebody's good at, when they're getting their 4th, 5th, 12th opportunity, you just keep having them re-hammer home the message, so to speak. I've got this story from Axios. We'll get to this coming up in the 9 o'clock hour where some of the senior Biden aides are questioning the strategy. But the strategy to me is very simple. It's more, once again, it's all under the umbrella of fear. It's threats to democracy. It's female rights. It's nothing really policy-wise that they have done. It's one policy that SCOTUS reversed 2 years ago, and a bunch of fear and porn peddling the rest of the way. But that's what she's doing in 2024, and it's, we've seen the stats, we've seen the numbers. Every time it's on the ballot, it's a loser.
The problem is, though, the problem with this interview going on Morning Joe, like, you're just preaching to the choir with this. You know what I mean?
Well, that's true.
Like, it's just a bunch of people who agree with you and are going to vote for you anyway. So look, you can say what you will about her with this. I don't know how true that story is that she talked about her friend. I'm not denying it, but politicians have been known to make up stories to get their points across. I'm I'm just saying that she's a good spokesperson for this, I think, and it's odd to me. It's odd to me that when it's subjects like this, she's very clear,
comfortable.
She's not laughing. She's not saying uncomfortable things. She's not repeating the same word over and over again because she doesn't really know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is an area where she shines. Where she shines.
Well,
Will it matter? I don't know.
You've said it a million times. She's the one that gets up in front of the class to give the recap of the book that she never read.
Absolutely.
So when you do that, that's when you start having word salads and you're rambling because you're not prepared and you don't know how to land the plane, so to speak.
One more clip from Kamala Harris. Cut 2, Phil, go.
Why is the race so close? These races are always close. It's the election of the President of the United States. And everyone in an election for President of the United States will critically examine all of the issues and make a decision.
There you go.
So if you've wondered how elections work, everybody kind of sits down and they take their notes and they look at the issues and they say, okay, I like this issue or this guy was better with that policy. And then you go to the ballots on election day or you do a mail-in ballot or an absentee or whatever you might do and you make your choice.
Imagine that.
How elections work with Kamala Harris coming up tonight at 7 on PBS.
All right, guys, that's what I got.
All right, 8:30 on the dot. Take a quick break. Come back, get to a big 3 from Dawn, and then wait until you hear, read, and see about Joe Biden's newest spokesperson, straight out of the Biden wokest agency of all the agencies, Kayal and Company. We continue after this.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:35, Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app, and of course, watch us live on YouTube. Don't forget, make sure you get your donations in. Bike ride coming up inside of a month, Sunday, July 21st. And don't use GregStalkerSucks.com anymore. Use FBBCF.org, I believe, is the official website.
Wait, why are we not using Greg Soccer Sucks anymore?
That's what you said.
No.
Okay.
I just asked him to redirect it to the main page. So
okay,
yes, keep using GregStalkerSucks.com.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Miscommunication.
No, it's all good.
Misfire.
I'm
like Biden at a debate.
Anyway.
Having brain malfunctions.
Anyway.
All right, we got to get to a lot of good stories. I also want to get to this Woody Harrelson story, talking about getting rid of your cell phone because you don't want to be in contact with other human beings. I think it's a fascinating conversation to have. And I got to tell you, for those 5 days when I was out, I barely even touched my phone. Forget social media. Barely even touched my phone. I can't tell you how refreshing that was. Left it on the charger all day, checked it at lunch, checked it at dinner, checked it before bed, and that was it. It's amazing what you can get done in your life if you just put down the device. We'll get to that story and the audio that comes with it coming up in a little bit. But right now, 8:37, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8 on this 91-degree day, sponsored for you by Piazza Auto Group this morning. So, number one, let's talk about it as I cue my script. Let's go number one as we talk about what the Surgeon General is warning about now. And this is making news this morning. So we talked a lot about the Surgeon General as he was warning previously about putting warnings perhaps on social media sites.
Yeah, it was last Tuesday we talked about that.
Yes. So in this one, the advisory issued by Dr. Vivek Murthy, the nation's top doctor, came as the U.S. is grappling with another summer weekend marked by mass shootings that left dozens of people dead or wounded, including here in Philadelphia, by the way. So now the U.S. Surgeon General this morning has declared gun violence a public health crisis driven by the fast-growing number of injuries and deaths involving firearms in the nation.
I love the fact that you phrase it accurately, I may add, as mass shootings. Yet every weekend you see all these shootings in Philly, certainly in Chicago, they have a ton, but they're never really branded and labeled mass shootings. It's gun violence or inner city violence or whatever you want to call it. It's only when it hits a certain narrative that does the mainstream media paint it and portray it as a mass shooting, when I think technically the FBI says it's, 2 or 3 victims. I forget what the number is, but there's a numerical metric that needs to be hit for it to reach the classification of a mass shooting. And they happen in big cities every single day.
Well, in this one, he's specifically calling for more gun control, especially on banning. He wants to ban any automatic rifle, which I guess he means semi-automatic, I'm assuming, because fully automatic is only used by the military.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying he wants to ban all automatic rifles.
Ban bump stocks, probably.
Yeah, so he just doesn't know firearms, so I think he means semi-automatic. But he wants to introduce universal background checks for purchasing all firearms. He wants to regulate the industry, pass laws that would restrict their use in public spaces, and punish people who fail to safely store their weapons.
So it seems like he's straddling the fence here, because in one regard, it feels like they want to take away and restrict some of your access that the Second Amendment provides. But you also want to slap a mental health warning on, to so to speak, these mass shootings, which has been my argument for years. It's not the guns, it's the sick, disturbed individual holding the gun that has arrived at the conclusion of, this is what I have to resort to in my life. So it seems to me like it's a straddling of the fence of the two defensible talking points from both sides, whether you're pro Second Amendment or trying to rein in the Second Amendment.
Yeah. Now, he does mention suicide, self-harm, and the combination of mental health with the self-harm issue.
Mm-hmm.
He mentions that as well, but he's really tackling, to your point, many different huge issues, right before the November 11th. So
yep.
We've got that one going on. So we're talking about the Surgeon General's new warning just this morning, making news. As well, we have number 2 in our big 3. Sorry, my computer froze up, and so I was trying to pull up my script. Number 2, I'm going to go to the Squadster and what's going on in New York. Squad member Jamal Bowman facing what some are calling what could be he could lose this election. New York polls showing that he could be ousted from Congress in one of the most expensive primaries in history.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a squad member, a Democrat, Representative Jamal Bowman. You may remember him.
Serial fire alarm puller.
That's the one. And he's trying to run for a 3rd term, hanging by a thread. So I know, I think you played that yesterday. With AOC, with the really, nasty language that they had to beep out, but far left squad member and being primaried right now. So seeking the 3rd time has seen historic levels of spending, and this has to do also with his anti-Israel stance.
Mm-hmm. Well, the entire squad's anti-Israel.
Well, his opponent is backed by Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton came out and endorsed him.
Dem on
Wow.
dem.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this. By the way, I'm assuming you guys played it yesterday, or you at least mentioned it. The video of AOC jumping around like a nut job on stage over the weekend.
Yeah.
I just saw during the commercial, somebody posted the video and they dubbed in the Price is Right theme music.
Come on
down, and everybody's jumping around and excited to get up there and do the prices.
Yeah.
Number 3, civil liberties groups, not a shocker here, filing this lawsuit to block Louisiana's new law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in every public school classroom, a measure they contend is unconstitutional. So they have filed the suit, and it includes parents of Louisiana public school children with various religious backgrounds, they say. And these are attorneys by the American Civil Liberties Union Foundation, ACLU, Americans United for Separation of Church and State, Freedom from Religion Foundation, and the New York City law firm Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett, all of them filing this suit in the state of Louisiana.
So I'm assuming it's the pronoun crowd that is, all for advocating for things like that in a school that are triggered by the 10 Commandments is the synopsis of this complaint here?
No, they're really saying, what they're saying is that we should have separation of church and state, and to have the 10 Commandments, a big poster size version of the 10 Commandments in every classroom and that sort of thing, that it's the law there. they said is ridiculous, and you need to have separation of church and state. As far as the supporters of this, they say it's not just about religion, but that it has historic significance, and that basically all religions have a version of the Ten Commandments, that they are, quote, foundational documents of our state and national government.
Greg Stalker, this might be a time for us to revisit the 9 Commandments of No Ma'am from Al Bundy. Number 1, it's wrong to be French. As you know, Stalker hates the French.
I do.
I think George Carlin has the best version of it when he talks about the 10 Commandments, and he breaks it down to
bit.
like 3. It's an incredible bit. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring our Big 3. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover models. Just schedule a test drive. Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington to find yours today. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:45 as we continue here in the 8 o'clock hour. You know, we were talking earlier this morning in the Cut Sheet segment about, why all of a sudden, it's the straight white man that is the biggest violator in America. The white man is the boogeyman. And this story that we get to here actually kind of illustrates the absurdity of the left. I got this story. I've got one from Fox and one from the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire headline, White House's new cross-dressing spokesman came straight from Biden's wokest agency. Phil, if you want to throw up the picture of Mr. Tyler Cherry. Yes, there he is. Okay. The one I have here in the Daily Wire, he's got like kind of a mullet, skullet type thing going on. Looks like some Jeffrey Dahmer eyeglasses and a really bad mustache. But he's got nice teeth. You might not have heard of this individual, but his name is Tyler Cherry. And over the weekend, a lot of things came up as the White House's controversial new cross-dressing spokesman was brought over after 3 years at what the Daily Wire calls the wokest agency of the Biden administration. It's called the Department of the Interior. It's an agency that has embraced far-left ideology, perhaps more than any other in the Biden administration. A series of investigations from the Daily Wire reveals. So Tyler Cherry apparently ended up scrubbing a lot of his social media. According to the story I have from Fox News, he deleted 2,496 tweets between Sunday night and yesterday morning. That is according to Social Blade. Now, Tyler Cherry is the former communications director at Interior, and he is now the associate communications director for the White House. His promotion from his post sparked inquiry into his social media history, which pulled up a ton of tweets, some of which I have here, and I will read for you. Quote, time to recall that the modern-day police system is a direct evolution of slave patrols and lynch mobs, Cherry posted on Twitter in 2015. He also tweeted, praying for hashtag Baltimore, but praying even harder for an end to a capitalistic police state motivated by explicit and implicit racial biases. Obviously, Mr. Cherry has not read the 2016 Harvard study conducted by an African-American gentleman that revealed no police bias based on race. He also has stated in the past he would abolish ICE, simply stated on X, hashtag abolish ICE, referencing the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Yeah, I would think with all of our issues at the border right now, probably not the time to abolish ICE, Mr. Cherry. He has also made several posts complaining about white people. Quote, Iowa is 92% white. Why is it still first in the nation? He stated in reference to the timing of the state's presidential primary elections. Ah, yes, in quotes, Dems must cater to uneducated white men or be damned. Geez Louise, he says in another post. And then Mr. Cherry tweets, why is my whole family racist? Who minored in gender studies, another made-up major in college to scam you for money, as he wrote on social media. And then lastly, the agency, which he was formerly a part of, as I mentioned again, the Department of Interior, celebrated Transgender Day of Visibility earlier this month by screening a documentary about LGBT inclusion in the field of marine biology. Yes, he tweeted, After realizing the lack of LGBTQ plus visibility in marine science led to her abandon her childhood dream, Nicole Morris decided to reroute her life path to try and become a marine biologist to conserve endangered rays. That is a description of the film. And this individual has also been a part of a group called the Diversity Poem Reading from a recent DEI Ally Awards show at the Department of Interior. And lastly, past social media comments and posts from this individual. He has now come out because he's had to issue a statement after deleting all of this posts. He says, my past social media history from when I was younger does not reflect my current views, period. Why is it? And we talked about this earlier. I don't understand. Look, if you want to talk about the historical past of America and racism, I get it. It was an ugly time. I don't really know anybody in my personal life that would ever condone what happened. But when you are in a position like you are in now, we were told, and this is the biggest hypocrisy of the Biden administration, in my opinion. Remember when Joe was saying, I'm going to unite America?
Sure.
The last time I checked, America is still predominantly white. Now, that's going to change. I think statistics with the Census Bureau show by the year 2050 that Hispanics will be the majority population, I think like 51% or 52%. But what is the point if you're a Democrat, especially the far left faction of that party, to continually bash white people? Like, I'm sorry, Greg Stocker, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, we didn't have anything to do with the past. And just to, in this day and age of, hey, don't judge a book by its cover. So you don't want me to judge you with purple hair and a nose ring and goofy glasses, the whole bit. Okay, you could be a great person. It's just your appearance, right? Well, then just don't paint with a broad brush and vilify every white person on the planet, or in this case, in the United States of America, as some evil racist, and then portray cops as modern-day slave patrol. I thought the Dems were done with the defund movement, right? Mm-hmm. That backfired. That blew up in their face. And now you have a guy who's been, appointed, elevated, promoted, whatever you want to say, and this guy's got a laundry list of hatred. But as we know, Dawn, hatred is only a one-way street, apparently.
Yes,
right? It's only the white people that hate on people, right?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Just unbelievable.
Yeah, the year that we were given was 2045.
2045, okay.
When so-called, people who identify as white are no longer the majority in the country.
Mm-hmm.
But that number was given, I will point out to you, back in 2018.
Okay.
So with all I wonder if that is moved up a little bit.
It's a good point.
Because of everything.
I would also be willing to bet that this individual has a lot of, and this is just a guess, I'm just speculating, probably a lot of anti-Semitic comments as well. I'd be willing to bet that he is pro-Palestine, pro-Gaza, pro-Hamas, and anti-Israel, which is, these...
If you go down that path
of... Based on everything we gather?
Based on everything, yes.
Wouldn't shock me at all.
You would assume that he has a free Palestine something somewhere.
He's probably got a billboard and a sign. He's probably done the whole protest bit. Yep. And
again, if this guy is the most qualified person for this job, great. I'm not about discriminating against anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to me that there's a pattern here.
Yep.
That, you pointed out where these, they just seem to hire these people because of how many boxes they check.
And they all think the same way.
Yeah.
They all have the same, and I get it. As part of an administration, you better buy into what the administration is campaigning and advocating for.
And it's funny, too, if you tie the two stories together, the report of, what Andrea Mitchell was saying about how Biden's inner circle is too insular.
Yeah.
And it's, there's too many 60-year-old white, these aren't people that he surrounds himself with.
You're never going to see this guy part of Joe Biden's inner circle.
100%. These are people that they put out there for a lot, for mostly jobs that don't really mean anything, and they say, look who we hired. But when it comes to advice, when it comes to who Joe Biden trusts the most and who's in his inner circle,
mm-hmm.
it's the group of people that he he denounces the most.
And therein lies the hypocrisy.
Yep.
855-839-1210, 9 o'clock hour on the way. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. More of the cut sheet part due in about 40 minutes. And also on the other side, we'll take a break from the Biden-Trump world of politics. Big week, obviously, with elections and the debate coming up on Thursday night. A little life commentary when it pertains to one item that most people just can't seem to take out of their hand. That story coming up next as we continue, 9 o'clock hour on a Tuesday. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So many headlines, especially this week, talking about the fact that homeowners are staying home, not selling, even empty nesters deciding they're going to fix up the house. If this is you and you're thinking about windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I want you to think Chapman. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home. Beautiful work, great people. And think about them if you're thinking about updating your current stucco or your siding, removing the stucco and then replacing it with siding, I should say. Think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, your home is going to be more beautiful, more energy efficient. And yes, the curb appeal of your home is going to pop. You want to get this on the calendar and get things rolling if you want to get the ball rolling for your siding project for this year. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So if you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, you can give them a call. You can text them. They're listening. They're like-minded, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at all the before and afters. I love that, especially the front door makeover. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. One moment you're enjoying a romantic date, the next you're thinking,
is this guy right for me? Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head?
Then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Thankfully, California Psychics can clear away the dating doubt. Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to make the right relationship choices. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. I can smell love in the air already. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
La 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 la.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Something amazing is happening in video conferencing. People are showing up in big ways. That's because CDW is building collaborative and connected video and audio environments with HP Poly. With Noise Block AI to silence distractions and group framing to highlight speakers, everyone on your team gets to shine. Make amazing happen. HP Poly and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/poly.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
They put a parking lot on a piece of land where the supermarket used to stand. Before that they put up a bowling alley on the site that used to be the local pally. That's where the big bands used to come and play. My sister went there on a Saturday. Come dancing, all her boyfriends used to come and call.
Come dancing, baby. It's Kayal and Company, 9:02, fourth and final hour underway. Here on this Tuesday morning, it's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Don't forget tonight, Pints and Politics, episode number 2.
Politics and Pints. Get the branding correct.
Politics and Pints. Yes, I'm there for
He
the
was
pint.
putting the pints first.
I'm just.
Are you going to see Jack Carr?
I'm going. Yes.
Nice.
And I'm going to introduce Rich and Jack.
Fantastic.
And have a cocktail.
Yeah, the whole point of it was to bring Nick on stage and cheers the crowd. So I was like, hey, do you want a free drink tonight? He goes, yes, I do.
Yeah. You had me a drink. Where? When? How many?
Yeah.
You know, all the questions you ask. All right, so that's coming up this evening, 7:30, Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Stop on out and support Rich and Jack, and I'll give you 2 minutes of my time, and I'll get off stage and let the stars of the show take over and then sit back and have a few pops. 855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie Clip coming up in just about 17 minutes. And we've got a great prize for a form of entertainment that's very near and dear to my heart. And
Me
we'll
too.
get to the so if you're into that sort of thing, we'll tell you, and then you'll try to call in and get the movie correct. I do want to round back to some of the stuff with the debate coming up in about 10 minutes, and it's actually going to tie into some quotes from one of Biden's most trusted inner circle members, one of the 3 60-year-old white males. So we'll get to that because this guy, he doesn't like the message and the main bullet points that Biden is trying to push here as they are running the same playbook back 4 years later. But I got to tell you, one of the best things about the move that I just had with my family was being complete, and it wasn't a vacation by any stretch, but it's what I try to do when I'm on vacation is disconnect from my phone, not be on social media. And you can check my timeline. I went 5 days without a single tweet, a post, a reply, a like, a retweet, anything.
Wow.
So you should.
How did you do it, Nick? I'm so impressed.
It was the gum. The patch doesn't work, so I went to the gum, and the gum works.
A whole 5 days.
But between you telling me to get off and my wife saying she's going to break my fingers if I'm on it too much, I'm at the point where I am kind of bored by it. So you probably won't see much of me on social media this summer other than retweeting some show stuff. Jot this down. Mark the tape, boys. Mark this in the back.
1 down, 2 more to go.
2 more years or 2 more months?
No, 2 more people.
You got like a hit list, huh? Well, we can't really control Bruno. He's coming up tomorrow at 8:30, and he'll be tweeting incessantly as well.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
But I didn't even check my phone. Like, I had text messages, voicemails, notifications, emails. I checked my phone 2 or 3 times. Honestly, God, I probably spent 20 minutes each day on my phone, total screen time. 20 minutes. When normally it's 5 to 6 hours a day in screen time, based on those recaps you get if you have an iPhone. If you're an Android user, I don't know what recap you get because you're a commie. But I want to play you this Woody Harrelson clip because I think this is great, and I think more Americans, myself included, should adhere to this. It's so good for you. It's such a refresher, a recharge, a mental health boost. Like, it's beautiful. I get it. It's hot as you-know-what out, but it's beautiful out. Put down the device and go do something. This was Woody Harrelson on the Ted Danson Where Everybody Knows Your Name podcast because, well, everybody has a podcast. Ted Danson and Woody Harrelson talking about how Woody Harrelson has a serious disdain for the cell phone. Listen and watch this clip.
And let me explain something about Woody. He doesn't have a phone.
Oh.
He's one of those bullies in life that make other people carry his phone for him.
Well, now that's not exactly true.
Hey, we need to know something immediately. Call Woody. And I just kind of laugh at whoever says that to me.
Well,
So,
I
you're
just
not
don't like to have, to be readily available to any human being
I hear
at
that.
any time.
It doesn't feel good.
No, and plus, but that's not the reason. I like to be in touch with people in a way, but I don't like the appendage on my appendage.
Yeah.
Like where, I made a thing where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna set a 2-hour limit on my phone because this is I've given it up now 3.5 years, but back then I was like, okay, I'm gonna set this limit, 2 hours. It's like 9:30. Meh. I've already hit my limit at like 9:30. So I woke up and I've been on it 2 hours already.
Yeah.
Because you know how it can just keep going and going. There's no
Is
end
this like
to it.
phone calls or is
No. I never used it as a phone ever.
just for texting or apps or
Yeah, texting and I don't know about apps, but texting and also,
Emails,
whatever. So I just finally, I wanted to be able to be in like if I were out to dinner with you, right? And there's just a lull in the conversation. Oh, I'm on the phone. Oh, yeah, and I look, I'm back down to the device.
Amen.
It is so spot on.
As he's saying that on a device that you can only get on your phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, the hypocrisy of this is that listen to us talk about not having a phone on a device that you need to have your phone for.
Correct.
Or an app you need to have your phone for.
Well, I tell you what, has he done a lot of drugs and alcohol? Because
of
he
course.
sounds like his brain has just gone into slow motion.
Woody Harrelson is my spirit animal. I love Woody.
He's awesome.
I love Woody. Fauci.
Yeah, that thing he did on SNL with the vaccine was great. But the point being, and I noticed this when I was down in Tennessee. My mother-in-law came down to help and coordinate and yell at me and tell me where to put things because I'm the worst at that stuff. So we went to dinner each night, and my girls, they want to bring the iPad, they want to bring the phone. I'm like, no, your grandmother's down here, I'm down here, your closest friend. We went out with a couple of their friends from dance, and my wife's friends. I'm like, this is the last 3 or 4 days you're going to see these people, short of of us taking a once-a-year trip for a vacation, for a couple of days to go to Nashville. You don't need to be on your phone. And just because there's a downtime and a little slow down moment in the conversation when you're in a group, that's not an excuse to just pull out your phone because you're so socially awkward that you don't know how to kill 20 seconds before you drum up the next conversation point. But just think about, you heard Woody there. At 9:30 in the morning on a weekday, he's hit his 2-hour allotment of time on the phone. And if you think about workplace productivity, people that get on TikTok, like our girl months ago said, oh my God, I get out of work at 5:30 and when I get home, I don't have time for the gym or my friends or my dinner. If you just look at the amount of screen time you waste in a day on your phone, imagine what you could actually get done productivity-wise in your life. Like you should, and this is, and granted, I'm on my phone way too much, but I'm always caught up on what I need to have done. Somehow I manage to do that. But I'm not one of these people that says, I don't have the time to get to this today. Well, you spent 4 hours and 37 minutes on your Apple iPhone. In that 4 hour and 37 minutes, you could have done your grocery shopping, or you could have got the new gas tank for the grill, or whatever that you claimed you didn't have the time to do. I just don't think that I don't have time. For 99% of us, it's not a viable excuse.
What he is describing there is an addiction. I mean, think about how you wean yourself off cigarettes or alcohol or something. You was like, well, I drank X amount, so now I'm drinking Y amount to try and cut back, so I don't have to go cold turkey. That's what he's describing is an addiction.
Coffee, caffeine.
We all have addictions to our phones. I was just literally walking down the hall, trying to get a cup of coffee. Young woman walked right by me. Didn't want to make eye contact or something like that.
Head down.
Looked down at her phone.
Yep.
I'm just like, what is so, and I'm not calling her out, but you know what I mean? Like this is, we can't go 5 seconds without looking at our phone.
It's because, and let's be honest, your phone is your phone, your phone's your computer. But as Woody Harrelson said, I mean, the last thing you really do on your phone for the most part is actually make phone calls.
Yeah.
You text, you post, you take pictures. It's everything but talking. And when that becomes your main modality of communication,
good job.
Like texting, your talking becomes awkward. Like for me, it hasn't, because I talk for a living, and all of us do. But there are many people that you can tell that have become so accustomed to text messaging and every other way of communication that when you sit down with them across the table at a conference room, they can't look at you.
Yep.
They don't know what to do.
Yep.
Now, some people are just naturally socially awkward, uncomfortable in those settings at birth or through school or whatever. But I do think the phone has warped us in many, many ways. And by the way, the only person that has the right to say they don't have time in a day is Dawn Stensland. Between 6 hours of radio, the groceries, all the lawn care, mowing grass, cutting down trees. Dawn, you're the only one that can use that excuse on this show.
And qualifiers for the Junior Olympics. I was out on a field until like 8:30 last night.
How'd that go?
Great.
By the way, I was over in your neck of the woods yesterday.
Chestnut Hill?
Well, yeah, in that area. Yeah, I was dropping off my U-Haul truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had to return it over your way. Yeah.
Where did you went to Roxborough? Did you go to Roxy?
No, I was Springfield Township.
Oh, okay.
You're close to that, right?
Kinda. Yeah, that's on the Montgomery County side.
Okay.
Timbo writes, this live radio plus YouTube is my favorite version of podcasts / live. It's great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. But all I'm saying is that this is when we look back now, pictures of the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, and we see literally everybody smoking, and we say how dumb that looks. It's like, oh, can you imagine everybody back then? So, like, that's the same reaction hopefully we'll have in 20 years from now when there's photos of everybody in a large group just looking down at their phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like how dumb, how stupid did we look?
Oh, yeah.
When we're out in the company of other people and we can't make eye contact because we had to check our phone 19 times.
I'll give you a prime example, and it's not to call out anybody specifically here, but it was collectively for the industry. 2 months ago, we go to Harrisburg for the PA Radio Awards.
Yep.
I mean, there had to be, 150, 200 people in that conference room for lunch and the awards. And there was certainly some people, commingling, having conversations. And then there's just a bunch of other people that are just in between eating the free rolls with butter. They're just sitting there scrolling, swiping. And I'm just like, these are like your industry peers. I don't care what you do with your career, but try to make a connection.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a conversation with my old PD from 2006 that walked up to us.
You did.
And the last thing I want to do is be staring at my phone in that setting.
It's just and it's ruining the communal experiences that we have. Like, we don't have experiences anymore. I heard I'm watching that documentary that Andrew McCarthy did on the Brat Pack from the 80s.
Oh.
And
that was good.
He interviewed Malcolm Gladwell. And they were talking about the impact of those John Hughes movies in the 80s and how everybody has seen The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, all of those movies, because they were communal experiences. Everybody, if they didn't see the movie, they knew what it was about. They knew, like, it was this communal thing that you invested your time in. You went and you bought tickets, you stood in line, you went to the movies, you went to the movies with other people, you talked about it afterwards. It was this communal, like, we don't have those communal experiences anymore. Everybody is so siloed off into their own thing that nobody does anything collectively anymore. So you go to these concerts, you go to sporting events. Nobody's watching the concert or watching the game. No, they're watching it through their phone.
And they're taking a picture of the experience and posting it. Hey, I'm at this event. Look at this.
Or video of it. So you're not actually taking in the experience. You're not having communal experiences. No. You're just trying to put the communal experience on your phone to show other people, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is why the Masters golf tournament every April in Augusta, Georgia, is great. They ban cell phones on the grounds. They don't want you videoing and posting. They want you to be off of your device and just, soak in the experience.
And look, I'm guilty of it too. My job is, I have to constantly be, aware of what's happening on this radio station with you guys, for the show the next day. Like, we're constantly communicating about this stuff, which I'm glad with. We set up this system to work like that. But, sometimes you just have to step back from it and just, okay, enough. Like, if the show sucks tomorrow, it sucks tomorrow. There's nothing I can do about it. Or if, we didn't get this guest or we didn't do this, it's just, it's not, like, life goes on. You know what I mean? So,
we've never had a bad show on this show, by the way.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Exactly right. All right. Are we going? Do I have time for another one or
no?
Okay, we'll take a break. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip on the other side, and we've got some great tickets if you're the winner. And if you like this kind of thing. I do, but I'm not eligible. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Hey, Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And When you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Living with Lyme, a condition that you may have and not even know it. John DeMasi here, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Yes, you may be living with Lyme, even if you've had some kind of treatment. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have dealt with this condition and have helped hundreds over the years live successfully with Lyme, mainly through the use of medical hydration. They've been able to reduce many of the symptoms associated with Lyme and allow their patients a better quality of life.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
If you suspect you or someone you know has Lyme disease, visit innovativemedicalassociates.com on the web to schedule a free initial consultation or call 856-489-0505.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm loading up to say someone has taken my place. When times go bad, when times go rough, won't you lay me down in the tall grass and let me do my stuff? I know got nothing on you. I know there's nothing to do.
922, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? Part due in less than 15 minutes. We'll also find out in just about a half hour what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who on Twitter today. But before all of that, let's test your movie knowledge and give something away. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What? Is this all vegetables? Who wanted all vegetables?
I did. They're good and you're going to have some.
Are we going to talk about it?
What?
The elephant in the room.
What elephant?
I guess not then.
You're referring to today.
Yeah, what's the deal with today?
We all made mistakes. For example, you kids were supposed to watch Jack Jack.
Babysitting. Well, you guys did the important stuff.
We talked about this. You're not old enough to decide about these things.
We are old enough to help out.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you tell us, Dad?
We want to fight bad guys.
Think you know what it is? Be Call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this? A pair of tickets to TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday, June 28th, and Sunday, June 29th, at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. If you can identify that movie clip, call her 12-855-839-1210. You will get a pair of TNA Impact Wrestling tickets. If you don't win them on the show today, you can get your tickets at tnawrestling.com. So if you like wrestling and you know your movies, today's your day. Call her 12-855-839-1210. All right, so last story of the day, and it kind of goes back full circle to debate week, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, CNN coming up Thursday night in Atlanta, Georgia. You'll get the simulcast right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But earlier in the show, we played you that clip of Joe Biden and his inner circle, his three most trusted advisors of the Biden Brain Trust. And coincidentally enough, they are all 60-year-old plus white men. But, you know, the Biden administration on the exterior, around the edges, you know, they like all their checkbox DEI hires, right? So this story is interesting because we've talked about strategies, right? And the Biden campaign, what they are trying to push on America and running the same playbook back like they did in 2020, minus the new addition of abortion and female reproductive rights, which obviously happened 2 years ago, so that was after the election. But Axios with a headline, quote, "In Mike I Trust, Biden's faith-based campaign, senior Democrats, including some of President Biden's aides, are increasingly dubious about his theory for victory in November, which relies on voter concerns about January 6th, political violence, democracy, and Donald Trump's character." Again, if I was advising the Biden campaign, I would just ram home abortion, female, 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 every single day. I don't know that January 6th resonates. Yes, to the fringe Trump haters out there, yes. But I think most people move on and they get past certain things like that. Democracy's at stake. Well, if you look at it, it's the Biden campaign that's really been pushing the limits and challenging the concept of democracy. And Donald Trump's character, we've seen it. 4 indictments, 91 charges. He goes up in the polls. So I don't think you can really expect to win if you're running on the character or lack thereof of your opponent. And now this comes after reports saying that Barack Obama is worried that Trump may well win. According to New York Magazine, what Obama is whispering to Biden, as Gabrielle DiBendetti reports for the New York Magazine, a story about Joe Biden and Barack Obama's plan to save their legacy from Trump in 2024, as Obama has been quoted as saying he is, quote, worried that Donald Trump may well win, which is kind of interesting because I think for the most part, over the last couple of weeks, and I think we've had this conversation at least once, we've been, wondering the question and talking out loud of why are the Democrats so confident? What do they know that we don't know, right? And Kamala Harris has given this strong, steady, kind of even-keeled message of, oh, we're going to win. Believe me, trust me, we are going to win. They haven't shown a lot of panic. You've seen and heard advisors and strategists that have panicked. You've seen and heard talking heads on television panic. You've heard Hillary Clinton and AOC and Rachel Maddow. Yeah. My show's going to be canceled. I'm going to be thrown in jail. James Carville, nothing is sticking. He's having meltdowns. But the people that are actually a part of the administration that have a platform almost on a daily basis have come off very confident and very even-keeled. Yet here you have another one of his strategists, Mike Donilon, is one of the three that we showed you in that image on YouTube, who said now that the Biden campaign is out of touch. This is a quote directly to Axios. "It is unclear to many of us watching from the outside whether the president and his core team realize how dire the situation is right now and whether they even have a plan to fix it. That is scary." Axios continues by saying people close to the president told Axios they worry about raising concerns in meetings
because Biden's group of longtime loyal aides can exile the dissenters. So it seems to me from afar, from reading this, that this is one of those things where you have Joe's little inner circle, his trusted henchmen, so to speak, where if anybody brings up a valid concern, they're kind of jettisoned. So is this Joe being stubborn? Is this a few people in Joe's inner circle thinking, hey, we did it once, we can do it again? Why is there this divide of, hey, strategy-wise, it's not working? Which I think those dissenters that are being exiled, if this story is true, they're the ones that are actually getting it right. Now, look, if Biden, and I'm not sitting here saying what he should do because I want to see him win, but what I would say to them is I would ditch the January 6th stuff, the democracy stuff, the Trump character stuff. And I think that's a lot of that's going to come up on Thursday night, regardless of the question. And I do believe CNN will have these questions, and they'll be revisiting the past, January 6th, certifying elections, voting integrity, a 2020 election, because they can't let go of the past. But if you're asked about, the economy, if you're Joe Biden, if you're asked, and a lot of these guys get asked these questions about a specific topic, and they never really answer the question on said topic. They just go to their memorized talking points. If I'm advising them, I would say to avoid those three issues and stop bringing those up, because I don't think that's going to work. What you should be selling, same thing if you're Trump. Yes, revenge, success is my best revenge. I don't have time for revenge. I've got a lot to undo in 4 years. That's all great. But make it about the present and the future. I don't know that it really benefits either person to go through the past, although I would say I think Trump has more of a right to do so for the way these last 9 years have gone, because he's been hacked at every single step of the way. Biden can't talk about past successes of the last 3 years because most Americans aren't feeling those, quote, small successes. Donald Trump's first 3 years, he could talk about those successes. But I think it's more about, I think we're so tired of the past. Dawn, you talk about this. We're all exhausted from COVID. We're exhausted from the election stuff. There's a reason why those polls show that America has fatigue of both guys. Show the everyday man and woman what you're going to do in 25, 26, 27, and 28. That, to me, is a winning approach to Thursday night and future debates moving forward.
Yeah, and I think for Trump, I hope he does not talk about the past, except for his record, but to talk about the future, to talk about the importance moving forward of figuring out ways to, number one, secure the border. And I think that we should be talking about the opioid crisis more than we are. It's just there are so many areas that are in a disaster right now that we're not talking about the opioid crisis enough. But taking more than 100,000 lives a year, it's shocking. And so when you think about the border, that's part of it, the lawlessness. Look at what we're dealing with right now in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago. Look at all of the crime that we're seeing, and much of it blamed on an uptick in gangs and more violent gangs who are fueled by the gangs coming here from other parts of the world, in South America and beyond.
Yep. Asia, the Middle East,
yes,
those ISIS terrorists. Now, going
human
back,
trafficking.
Yeah, like again, re-drudging up the past, COVID, 2020, the 2020 election, January 6th. I don't think that benefits Trump. But I would say this, and it's more of a question. Do you think it's valid for him to bring up his indictments that he's been dealing with and his arrests and his conviction? Because I think there's part of it where it is valid, but we've also seen in the polls and in some of these other surveys out there that most Americans don't care about this weaponization stuff that's going on. They didn't care about the Stormy Daniels stuff. So is it advantageous for Trump to even bring that up, or should he avoid that unless somebody else brings it up?
Well, they'll probably bring it up, or Biden will say something, and so he has to have some quick answers, and he should say that, what if he says, because he wants to throw Joe Biden, so what if he says, yeah, Joe, I think that the courts were weaponized against your son, who's also a convicted felon, and when elected, I'll commute the sentence of your son. that'll throw Joe Biden if he says, unlike you have vowed to not pardon your own son. I'll pardon your son for you. It sounds like he's got a bad addiction problem, and it's not his fault. His dad is crooked Joe Biden or something, whatever he says like that.
Yep. All right. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in on the other side, we'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2. I don't have any name up here. I don't have any information. I didn't even see we had a caller.
John at Kensington. John, what's up?
John, what's going on, man? What movie did we play for you, sir?
Hey, guys. It was Incredibles 2.
Incredibles 2. That is correct. Congratulations, John. You've got the tickets for TNA Impact Wrestling this weekend.
Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank God for grandkids. Make me watch these movies.
They do come in handy. Great stuff, John. Thanks, pal.
Thank you.
There he is, John, the winner, and we will have more of those tickets. What's on the cut sheet part 2 is coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Favor to ask of you, please don't give up your summer vacation, all right? The kids, the memories that'll last forever. And I know times are tough, but the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey makes getting away affordable and possible. Book a June or July midweek stay, and you're going to receive resort credits that you can use on site. That's right, they're going to give you money to use on site in the form of resort credits. And they have the big outdoor heated pool, the heated indoor pool if the weather's bad at the beach. The longer you stay, the more you get back in resort credits. They offer guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette, so it's like renting a shore home, but with all the conveniences of a full-service resort, except you don't have to worry about doing the sheets and the towels. You get the amenities of a resort, but you also get the kitchenette, the fridge. Book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. This offer is good until July 18th, so act today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Kreppner, Lipnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
.940, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning, the Dawn Show in just about 20 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up in just about 10. Today in music history, and who dazzled on social media with comments, who won Twitter today. But before we get to all of that, let's get back to the audio, the video, and what they used to call in the industry, the tape. Time for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Dawn reported in her Big 3 at 8:30 that the Surgeon General has declared gun violence a public health crisis.
Yes.
Vivek Murthy was on CNN this morning, Surgeon General, discussing this new... Is this a declaration?
Sounds that way, doesn't it?
What do we call this?
Declaration, yes. Warning.
We bequeath that gun violence is an epidemic.
Yes.
It's a public health crisis. Cut 13, Phil. Go.
Jeez. And you say we can take action. In and of itself, what does this advisory change?
So it changes a few things. Number one, when the Office of the Surgeon General declares an issue to be a public health issue, not only does that put it squarely in the realm of public health, but it also elevates it on the priority scale. This is what we saw happen half a century ago with tobacco. When the first Surgeon General report was issued on that subject, it catalyzed a series of actions in communities, in schools, in lawmaking bodies all around the country that ultimately helped us reduce smoking rates from 42% in 1964 to less than 12% today. So it prioritizes the issue. But the other two things this advisory does is it lays out the impact of this issue, particularly on our kids. Many people may not be aware that this is now the leading leading cause of death among kids and teens. As a parent, I strongly feel that that should increase the prioritization of this issue as well. But finally, the strategies I lay out show us that there are, in fact, solutions. Many people I talk to around the country worry that this may be an intractable problem, that there's no way to solve it. That is not true. Thankfully, we have a series of steps we can take as a country to address it, and my hope is that this advisory will help increase the urgency of us doing so.
So my first question or questions would be, if this is really an epidemic, I want to know what areas and what regions of the country this is a bigger issue. Is this happening in red states as much as blue states? Is this happening in the country, in the suburbs and townships as much as the inner city? And who are these individuals that are either dealing with the mental health or dealing with the crisis, or the ones that are inflicting the violence on society and innocent people? Because my whole stance has been mentally sane, responsible gun owners, for the most part, short of when they blow a fuse or whatever, and you can sit there and chop that up all day to Sunday. Most of the time, it is usually those that don't have a license to the gun, that maybe just came across the gun. These are guns on the underground market. These are drug dealers, criminals, gang members.
Guns purchased illegally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're going to continue to blame the gun.
Right.
It's the inanimate object. It's the gun's fault. And we're not going to talk about, to your point, where this is happening and who is pulling the trigger. Because I think who's pulling the trigger, that really, we need to focus on that.
Correct.
You know what I want to get to the bottom of that is actually a public health crisis in this country? Obesity. And I think that we need to get to the bottom of the crap they're pumping into foods.
Yes.
And I think we need to get a handle on the crap that parents are giving their kids. I think that is the greatest public health crisis of our time.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, the Surgeon General, all of them, they don't want to address that.
Yeah, why don't we ban energy drinks if there are like turbo cancer-causing ingredients in these Bangs and these other C4 drinks that are out there? Like, you start reading all these stories of these deadly, I mean, by the way, there's a graphic out there. You can see the amount of sugar, and not just a number, but like they fill up bottles based on the size of each drink, these energy drinks.
Yeah.
If you saw the actual amount of sugar that is poured into like the 8-ounce Red Bull, you would be like, probably don't want to drink that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we want to go and do statistics about the as they say, mass shootings that are happening these days compared to what they were 30 years ago, fine. Let's also go with the obesity rate and the diabetes rate from now till 30 years ago.
It's funny you say this. I was having this conversation with my wife's uncle as we wrapped up moving, and I brought the truck back up to Pennsylvania, and he was, he's the guy, I tell you, he's part Bernie Sanders, part Alex Jones. He was saying, you just got to stay on the perimeter of the grocery store. Go around the perimeter.
Yeah.
Produce,
I mean,
vegetables, meat, fish, dairy, everything on the inside of the grocery store and the inner aisles, all bad for you.
I mean, he didn't. That saying has been around for a while.
No, I know, but like, you process cereals.
100%.
How do these cereals last for 2 years?
100%.
Because they're filled with crap.
I think that is the biggest epidemic that nobody wants to talk about, because we don't want to hurt people's feelings and we don't want to do this. And there's lobbies that are involved in this. We all talk about, the left loves to talk about the NRA and their stranglehold on the Republicans. What about these big food lobbies and these corn and all that stuff lobbies that have their vice grips around the what of
By the way, I'm going to go home and get me some Hawk 2 in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, baby. Instead of removing the homeless camps,
By yourself?
Hey, Dawn, whatever you got to do to reach your desired end result, all right?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist that one. Come on.
Oh, man.
Hold on here.
We want to hit that
Yeah,
hard.
we do.
Sin.
All right.
Jump on me. Go for it.
That's
what we do here.
Instead of removing, she said something yesterday, too, that needed to be clipped. I forget what it was, but.
Good.
Jim's got it.
Good.
Instead of removing the homeless camps, LA is clearing items placed by businesses to prevent homeless camps.
Never address the root cause.
This report is courtesy of KTLA Channel 5 News out of Los Angeles. This is cut 11, Phil, go.
And just like that, the planters are gone. The city citing businesses need permits, and these planters are an obstruction.
Planters.
The business owners say no more than the tents that used to line Sunset Boulevard for years. Encampments encroaching over the entire sidewalk.
This is like bare minimum of where we should be right now. We should never have a thoroughfare blocked with bodies and waste because the city neglects the area. And this is not a war on homelessness.
Andrew Monheim owns Monheim Microphones nearby and says it's unbelievable.
It's totally disrespectful to small businesses and the people that have been the lifeblood around here. And I'm not just talking about myself, but like businesses that thrive around here and they keep the pulse. There's no reason that they should have to stand around and watch like this go to the worst possible scenario.
And
so they're removing the planters and all the things that make the street and everything look nice.
Yes.
So they can make more room for homeless people to defecate in the street.
I just want to look at it from the small business perspective, like that guy right there. You know, do you think if he set up at 5th and Johnson on the corner, his address is 524, and there's 3 tents, do you think like a patron wants to navigate or in and around these tents with homeless people that are banged up on whatever to go in and spend money at the small business? Yeah. No, these small businesses are getting crushed by this.
Yep.
By the way, how's the cleanup in Kensington going? We have any updates on that?
Well, they're continuing it, but you know, that was the site of the officer shot, right? Saturday night.
Yes.
So
yeah.
All right.
It shows you that it's still a very dangerous place, even if you are an armed law enforcement officer.
Yep. All right, Dawn show is coming up in about 11 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yeah, we're getting new details on the suspect, new details and an update on our officer as he fights for his life as well. Dave McCormick, Senate candidate, Republican, will be along, stopping by in the 11 a.m. hour. So much going on. We'll have dogs. We'll have a dog trainer and specialist from Jersey. She's going to come on. Oh, my goodness. There's so much developing. Trump news as well, some new polls out, and the latest on Trump-Biden inside stuff coming right up.
All right. Looking forward to it. Dawn show at the top of the hour. June 25th. Let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 25th, we celebrate the birthdays of Carly Simon, who's now 81, Tim Finn from Split Enz, who's now 72, and heavenly birthday shout-outs for Alan Lanier of Blue Oyster Cult and Ian McDonald from King Crimson. We also lost Michael Jackson on this day in 2009. Singles include 25 or 624 by Chicago in 1970, Lonesome Loser by the Little River Band in 79, and Won't Get Fooled Again by, of course, The Who in 1971. Albums include Purple Rain by Prince in 84, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell in 76, and Gary Wright's The Dream Weaver in 75. Also, Stone Temple Pilots was atop the U.S. album chart in 94. In 77, Marvin Gaye was atop the single chart. In 2009, a souvenir poster from all 4 Beatles sold at auction in New York for $52,500. In 88, Debbie Gibson became the youngest female artist to write, produce, and record a #1 hit with Foolish Beat. In 2023, Elton John played his final UK concert at Glastonbury. But lastly, a major developing breaking news music story from yesterday. The 3 largest record labels are now suing 2 AI music companies, alleging mass infringement of copyrighted sound recordings. This, of course, is like I said, a major developing music story. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
This is going to have ramifications far, that are going to be years to come.
I'm sure we'll be talking about those updates. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Don't forget tonight, Zlock Performing Arts Center, Bucks County Community College, Zioli and Jack Carr. I'll stop on out, say hello. Stay tuned. Dawn is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we